on a topic that's been, kind of discussed a lot in certain streams, the term Kemet. And today we have two of the brothers who are, well versed in their field to come present to us their findings, their research, their conclusions on this term Kemet. And the first brother we have, and I'll introduce both of them, but the first brother we have is Brother Asar Imhotep. Brother Asar Hotep.
Peace and blessings.
Peace, brother. And we also have Brother Neter Neb joining us today. Hotep, brother.
Hotep, brother.
Hotep.
How you doing?
So what we want to do is I'll just kind of lay the groundwork for how we're going to go so everybody knows, has an understanding, is that we're going to have both presenters kind of introduce themselves a little bit. And if you could state very briefly what their conclusion is, and then we're going to go into a presentation that supports their conclusion, how they came about it, their methodology. And then we're going to have a couple questions between the presenters to each other about what they brought forth in terms of their research. And then we'll have closing discussion, I won't say closing argument because this is not an argument, a closing discussion kind of summarizing, just today and their conclusions. And then what we're going to tend to do is have this review by certain linguistic scholars that on both sides. I'm going to ask for a recommendation from both parties to, send me referrals of who they want to send it to. I've identified a few of those linguists that will be reviewing it. And we want to have this be, distributed amongst us in terms of just forwarding the research and forwarding this effort for us to seek truth. So with that said, I'll turn the floor over to Brother Asar Imhotep.
Peace and blessings. First to you and everyone on the panel, all the listeners, and those who came before us, initiated this conversation. My training initially is in computer science, and with that, there's a concentration in linguistics as part of the training for artificial intelligence. This question of the meaning of Kemet goes back to the late 60s, mid 70s with Professor Pr-Ntr Kemet. Goes back, and it really came into a head during the 90s when Martin Bernal released his book. Well, actually released it in the 80s, but it was in the 90s when the internet really started popping off. And there used to be these professional user lists where academics would have debates on various subjects from across the world. And in the 90s, there was a huge debate on the merits of Black Athena by Martin Bernal. And so in that process, of course, Afrocentric scholarship was being debated about. And within that debate came the meaning of Kemet and its applications because of Pr-Ntr initial proposal back in the 70s. And so this is where I came into the discussion in the late 90s amongst these scholars. So this has been an interest of mine since 1998. And I have been researching this topic since then. So technically that's 20 years. Looking at every single argument being presented by scholars from around the world. We've examined hundreds of texts, looking for context, doing historical comparative linguistic analyses. And so this 20 years of research and debates online, in person at conferences and things of that nature is culminating into a chapter in the upcoming book, Illusion Volume 2, that I'll be releasing in 2019. So what we're getting tonight is just a summary of that particular argument or finding, which is a 41-page analysis of research concerning the etymology and the meaning of the word Kemet. And so there's, which I'll get into in the presentation, there is basically two arguments usually, that the word Kemet means black land. That's the mainstream Egyptologist, and then that Kemet means black people. That is coming from Sheikh Theophilo Benga in the African school. My argument is based on the evidence that neither are correct. That the word Kemet doesn't mean black; it has nothing to do with color at all. And so that's the position I'm taking today, and we'll see, the merits of my argument as we continue this discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you, brother, for that introduction, and we welcome you here amongst family. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brother Neter Neb to go ahead and give his little introduction too as well. Brother Neter Neb.
Do y'all hear me well?
Yes, we hear you, brother.
My name is Neter Neb. I'm a second to third level student of Dr. Richetti in the Institute of Comparative Philology. I have experience in linguistics through her into knowing comparative linguistics and historical linguistics. Well, historical linguistics. And I've been working with a professor of linguistics for the past 2 years. His name is Dr. Nazir Sati from the University of Khartoum in the Sudan. And me and him been doing a project with his Nubian language of Nubian Dongolawi. And he chose me to genetically relate the Nubian Dongolawi languages with Pr-Ntr. So we took that work and actually we submitted it to the Ghana Linguistics Journal, and it's still pending due to just minor upgrades. The work was excellent. It just was like some grammatical issues that we have to change. So that's already, almost finished. So we're going to resubmit it. But that's my background. I've been working with linguistic professors. I'm a student of a linguistic, Dr. Richetti Amen, who has a degree in linguistics. And I built a team, like a little team where just a lot of linguists from around the world, from Nubia, is in my group. Some linguists are from the Nuba part of Nubia, Sudan. Some linguists like Dr. Nazir Sati is from Nubia, Sudan. So I've been working around linguists for the past 2 years. And my analysis of this is that we can. I know the argument of this topic is whether Kemet means black people or it doesn't. So I take the position that it does mean black people through various, evidences. For example, like grammar rules and comparative linguistics.
Sure. And we'll definitely get into that, and looking forward to the conversation. So appreciate you, brothers, with the introduction. Like I said, welcome you both here. And I call this a discussion amongst brothers, right? Where we're trying to seek, and we're, in this area, when we're studying, we're researching, we're always trying to advance and study. And sometimes we challenge each other. And out of these challenges, we grow and learn. So this is the hope of this discussion. So what I'm going to do is I'd like to start with Brother Asar Imhotep to have the floor. Asar Imhotep, we originally said 45 minutes, but me personally, I like to let you go until you're finished, if that's okay with everyone. I don't like to put a time on it because I know this discussion takes time to go through. You said 20 years, in 45 minutes. I don't think we can go through in 45 minutes. So take the time, and what I'll do is whatever time you have, I'll make sure that Neter Neb has allotted the same amount of time.
No problem.
I think that's fair. All right, brother. So the floor is yours, and we're ready to learn.
All righty. Okay, so I guess I got to share my screen.
Right.
Let me know.
We got you.
Everything's good. Okay.
Got you.
Okay. I guess y'all can't see the little tab on it, right? Can y'all? Well, okay. Never mind. I'm just trying to make sure nothing's in the way. So peace and blessings, everyone. Again, I'd like to thank bbtumi.com for Neter Neb for having this discussion and for advancing this discussion within the lay community, so they can see just some of the arguments that are happening on the professional level. And so I titled this presentation, "A Lesson in Linguistics and Philology, Advancing the Debate on the Meaning of Kemet." And so before I start, the way I do my presentations is I try to set up a theoretical framework first. So these are the operating axioms and things that will set the basis for the entire discussion. So, as I mentioned earlier, there's been an ongoing debate since at least the 60s on the meaning of the place name Kemet, one of the many names for ancient Egypt. There's primarily two hypotheses. The first hypothesis is that Kemet means black land. The second hypothesis is that Kemet means black people. Both claims assume that the root of Kemet is the word Kim, black, in Egyptian. This is the first issue that I find problematic about this entire debate, is the assumption. My arguments essentially is that both hypotheses are incorrect for the following reasons. One, they ignore chronology and the earliest usage of the term, and not the term Kim itself, but the name Kemet as a place name, which doesn't come into fruition until the Middle Kingdom, end of the 11th, beginning of the 12th dynasty. So when we look at those usages of the terms in the primary documentation, they ignore those representations. They ignore the classifiers, so-called determinatives, written in the earliest forms. And both hypotheses fail to support the idea that the root of Kemet is Kim, black. So with hypothesis one, this is just the standard interpretation of the word Kemet in any Egyptological dictionary or grammar book. So this is James P. I'm just giving one example here for the sake of discussion. And so this is pretty consistent across the Egyptological field. And that is James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian: An Introduction to the Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs. And so the word, he says, this is actually a footnote. The word Kemet, Egypt, literally means black. referring to the soil of the Nile Valley. See essay number 2. This is why Egyptian uses the preposition her, on, rather than in. For example, her Kemet means literally on the black land. Now we got to understand what that means in context. So in America, in English, we say, for example, I'm going into Jersey today, or I just left out of New York this morning. Because our orientation, our psychological orientation, is that of a container, that a city or a place is a container. So a container, like a cup, you can put stuff in, or stuff can leave out. So when we in English say that, you know, I'm going to Philly, or I made it in Philly, that's our psychological orientation. However, in ancient Kemet, they would be on Kemet, on top. So this is what he's saying right here. So we have a different spatial orientation concerning that. And so this is the actual hieroglyphs from the source. It's from the Tell of Sinuhe, roll 50. The scout there, who had once been in Egypt, recognized me. So we say in, but it's on. You know, saying that her Kemet over here on the right-hand side. So the word for face or head is usually the word for up on, up, and on in terms of a preposition. So the second hypothesis comes from Ntr in his parent genetic book. And I have to, you know, say and preface this discussion with this. You know, again, as I mentioned before, 20 years of discussions and debates on this subject. And I've heard all kinds of arguments for and against many of the propositions, you know, for the meaning of Kemet itself. And a lot of people have an emotional attachment to the information. So when you go opposite of their beliefs on the subject, they go to ad hominem attacks. And so this is something that I've had to endure. And so I made this argument way back. Well, an argument, I've been doing it for the longest, but in 2016 at a lecture that I did here in Philly at the Molefe Kiti Asante Institute, and someone on the Tumikasa website posted that conversation. So, you know, I know our good brother, the linguist Obadeli, you know, he had some feelings about this. And so, you know, in a public discussion, he replies, you know, the new Henry Louis Gates of Egyptology here to set Black people back 30 to 40 years with wonders of the anti-African world. And, you know, I don't take things personally. I don't care. But I just wanted to bring this up because I want people to know that challenging our great scholars is not something that brings the field of Egyptology or any discipline backwards. And if we really paid attention to Ntr Diop, this was what I'm citing here is from a interview that Ntr Diop did in the Black World. He was answering a question, roughly, what sort of preparation should young scholars make to undertake future studies in the field of Africology and African studies? And he replies, I would like to see above all a great number of researchers, Afro-Americans, young Americans, and even whites. Why not? Because it's the young who are the least prejudiced. As a consequence, they are the most capable of making triumph ideas which frighten the older generation. Also, I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams capable of doing in-depth studies for sure, and that's what's important. And I have to highlight this in boldly. It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means of verifying what I say. We must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs, of seeing the unfinished side of our work, and of committing ourselves to completing it. You understand? Therefore, we should then have a work which could honestly stand criticism because of what we've done, what we have been placed what we have done would have been placed on the scientific plane. And this is very important. First and foremost, Cheikh Anta Diop was a scientist. And so in science, we understand that our information is constantly being updated. It is the job of the scientist to advance and discard old, outdated information. But for some reason in the conscious community, we think that because somebody of prominence said something, one, it's true, and that two, by challenging it, we are somehow moving back the discussion and going against, saying our ancestors and our elders. This is not how scholarship works. This is not how science works. And so with me having a science background, it's not a thing for me to revisit some of the older arguments and try to advance it. And matter of fact, this is what Cheikh Anta Diop actually wanted us to do in his own words. And so, so now with that being said, Cheikh Anta Diop, there's several places where he makes his argument, but mainly in French. But there's one of his arguments in English that you can get, you can read, and that is in Ivan van Sertima's Great African Thinker, Cheikh Anta Diop. And so on the pages 46 through 48, he gives his argument on Kemet, and it's essentially the basis on his 1970, it's basically the same as his 1977 work, where he makes his initial argument. So he says the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, Kemet, the Negroes, literally. In the Egyptian language, a word assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in the feminine singular. Kemet from the adjective kim equals black. It therefore means strictly Negroes, or at the very least black men. The term is a collective noun which thus describes the whole people of Pharaonic Egypt as a black people. So, and then he goes on to try to demonstrate his point. And what I'm going to point out is that his argument is logically flawed. It's faulty logic. And so we're going to do this how we would do in Logic 101 in terms of setting up the premises. As a matter of fact, his statement is a standard class book example of a standard argument. So his premise is a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in the feminine singular. His second premise is that Kemet from the adjective kim equals black. Conclusion. It therefore means strictly Negroes, or at the very least black men. So he has a premise, one dealing with grammar. He has another premise, the one where he claims that the word Kemet derives from a root kim, meaning black. So premise one and premise two are connected, and therefore Kemet means strictly Negroes, or at the very least black men. What we have here is a fallacy called begging the question. This argument is fallacious in part because it does not offer an independent reason for the claim he is trying to support, which we call the dependency problem. In other words, Diop is trying to support something by supposing prove what he has yet to prove. So he makes an assumption that Kemet derives from a root kim, and then therefore Kemet means black people or the Negroes, without even trying to demonstrate that his premise is in fact a fact. And so there's critical questions that we have to ask ourselves when we are making, accusations that someone is committing a fallacious argument, a logical fallacy. And so we have to ask these two questions. Has the arguer avoided the obligation to provide independent support for a claim by restating it in similar terms? Two, has the arguer avoided the obligation to provide independent support by assuming somewhere in the premises the very thing that he has to be shown? So he assumes that his premises is correct, and then he just goes on from there and argues without doing any type of work. So we must ask of each premise the grounds on which we are to ask to accept that we are asked to accept it as true and valid. asking this question will expose cases in which we discover that the grounds by which we should accept a premise is the very point that we are supposed to see being proved in the conclusion. Where we can show this to occur, we have detected an instance of the fallacy of begging the question. And so again, check out the Diop, and this fallacy goes for any other mainstream Egyptologist as well. They make an assumption that Kemet derives from a word Kim, meaning black, and so it either means black land or black people. And so when you're making such arguments from a scientific point of view, everything has to be proved. And so you just don't make an assumption and then build a whole case off your assumptions. You prove your premises first, then you make your conclusions. This is how science works. And check out the Diop did not do that. Either the James P. Allen or any other Egyptologist or anyone else arguing from this, arguing on this particular issue here. So the next phase of this discussion, I'm going to set up particular methodological issues here. And, you know, with my background in computational linguistics and computer science, we have to be a bit more precise in our defining things, because the layperson's arguments are usually riddled with vague postulates and things of this nature. And so computer programs don't understand context like human individuals do. So you have to be very precise in defining your things. So a lot of these concepts that we're going to be dealing with, I'm going to define based on mathematical equations. And so from our mathematical equations, we will have our discussion on the particular topic that we're having now. So just a few notes. In this formalization, which, you know, I'll be setting up now, I'll be using the following symbols. And so the symbol F, which stands for function, which I'll actually replace with some Greek letters. And the definition, this is a type of equal sign, but it means the same as they are used. So function 1, function 2, function 3 can represent any properties or features. And this will make more sense as we go along. Or relations of the arguments x1, x2, x sub n. So we're applying these formulas to the actual words that we'll be comparing. So we'll be using some techniques in historical comparative linguistics. And so when we're comparing words and arguing for cognates, we have to define a cognate in a very precise way. And so, as I said, I will be replacing the standard mathematical function symbol with a Greek letter. And this will represent some word or some language or anything that is attached to some series, some linear series of characteristics or features. So that's all A sub 1, A sub 2, A sub n represents. And so a string of phonemes, this formula here is a morpheme, if and only if there exists an X such that X is the meaning, possibly unknown. Formally, therefore, the morphemes are of general form. So this is a form. So this can represent, this phi can represent a word that has this string, you know, or these phonemes in sequence with this meaning X. So this is what this means. This is a word with this meaning. That's all that means. This is a fancy way of saying a word and its meaning. The stem can contain multiple morphemes. And so we call this a predicate function. And so this is what you see, you know, saying here. So this is basically just resetting. So when we're talking about semantics, we want to make sure that we have a formal definition and a formal representation for it. It should be observed that the postulation of a chime into, and for those who aren't familiar, Theophilo Benga argued for a language family called Negro Egyptian. And this was back in 1993. In 2010, another linguist by the name of Jean-Claude Mboli had advanced his work, and to my satisfaction, has satisfied the argument that there exists a language family for which ancient Egyptian and certain West African and Central African languages are related, so which they call Negro Egyptian or Black Egyptian. There are some problems with that, and I renamed the language family China Intu, or the Intu family. So that's, if you see me reference that, that's all that means. So so it should be observed that the postulation of a China Intu morpheme requires that both the formal and semantic equations match. So that means by word, see, in linguistics, when we talk about a cognate, you know, two words must match in form and meaning. So that's all we're talking about here, these two morphemes. So we're saying that within the same, you know, language family or something to this nature, that one word over here with one meaning should be equal to another word in this language and or dialect with another meaning. They should be similar in a sense. So they are identical if we can prove that they are in fact equal. So so we're saying that there are two morphemes in, you know, two dialects or two languages that are identical only if both the proposition, the forms from language A and language B, and the meanings from language A and language B are true. So in computer science, you know, we're only concerned about whether an argument is true or false. And so, you know, in order for this equation to be true, these postulates have to match. So language A or dialect A, language B and dialect B, their forms have to match, and so does their meanings. And the meanings is has to be, you know, kind of similar. We'll do that a little later. So we have to define what a cognate is. And so this is a standard definition of a cognate in a cognate set. So when we talk about a cognate, we're saying a word or a morpheme that is related to a word or morpheme in sister languages by reason of these two words or morphemes having been inherited by the related languages from a common word or morpheme of the proto-language from which they descend. For example, Italian can or cane, Portuguese, cal, French, sion, all cognates since they descend in these Romance languages from the same original word in Latin, the ancestor of the Romance languages, canis, dog. So when we say canine, it comes from, the root comes from that, even though that's a borrowing into English from the Romance branch of Indo-European. And so a cognate set is a set of cognate words, a set of words related to one another in the sister languages because they are inherited and descended from a single word or morpheme of the proto-language. So a cognate is dealing with single words, one-to-one word comparisons. But a cognate set is a series of words and a series or a series of morphemes compared between two languages. So not just one word and another. So there's a cognate and cognate set. So now that we understand that, we can move forward. So we, in terms of a cognate, we represent that graphically or mathematically as such. So the comparative method has taken its name from the characteristic juxtaposition that some word or morpheme in language A with certain meaning, again, is the same as another word with the same form or a similar form in language B, you know, saying with a similar meaning. And so, you know, for example, Hittite, you know, Guanzi, kill, you know, so it's kill plus a suffix. You know, the root, this is to kill plus a third person singular pronoun. And so in the Reg Vita, that's what this RV stands for, this word is Hanti, kill, with the same thing. And so we can see that there is some, that these two are cognates, and this is how we would represent this mathematically. So, you know, so we're saying compare relations. So if language A, saying, so there exists something in language A such that, so this is a such as marker, this semicolon here, that, in B. And so this is what we're saying here. So this is a smaller way of saying this way. So they're defined by the properties of the predicates phi and theta on two axes, genetic versus non-genetic, or internal versus non-internal, therefore external. So there's some other things I won't add for the sake of time, but this is what we're concerned with here. The genetic external relations. This formula here compares objects of two different languages. So if they're the same language or the same language family, normally we would just, say phi and then sub m or sub n to represent m, but I'll change how I change at the top so there's no confusion, later on in our discussion. Phi is going to represent Egyptian, and then theta is going to represent some other language that is not Egyptian. So just to give you a kind of a clue as to, how this is. So the Minahasan languages are some Indonesian languages. And so what we're saying here, so when we show that formula right here, that phi, some language, a sub 1, a sub 2, to a sub n with some meaning, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a series of strings. So we have, in the Tandano language, Hagir. In each language that we're comparing, so each one of these are languages, and these are the words for fence or enclosure. So that's going to be the X over here. So in these languages, we can compare in a row these particular sound values and reconstruct in Proto-Minahasan this, word for fence or enclosure. So, this is a string. So this is the form of the word. And so in terms of predicate calculus, the sound correspondences are implications of the form. If proto-language X, therefore, or implies, language X sub A, Y. It's the propositional logic. If P, imply, we'll say if P, therefore Q, or we'll say that P implies Q. So what we're saying is that, if we have in Proto-Minahasan P, it implies Tandano P. If we have Proto-Minahasan A, we have in Tonsia A. So that's all this is. It's a fancy way of making sure that we are defining properly, saying the cognates. And so when we're talking about propositional cognates, using a logical formula, we use this formula here, P if and only if Q, which is over here in the left-hand corner here. P if and only if, that's what this symbol here represents, Q. And so what does this formula mean? It's really a summary of several different formulas. So what we're saying here is that P, that two words are cognate. So we have a word here in language A and a word here in language B. We're saying that these two are cognate if and only if Q. So I'm trying to teach y'all how to formally argue for certain words are cognates in related languages. So the proposition P is that two words are cognates. I'm saying that, for example, Kim in Egyptian is cognate with, some other word in some other African language. And so, but in order for me to make that argument, I have to satisfy certain other criteria. So that's why P, if and only if Q. So Q is just a summary of this equation, that we're arguing that Q is, so these both have to be true. So Q is true if R and S is true and T and U is true. So all of these have to be true in order for Q to be true. and then of course for P to be true. So R in this equation here is simply the form that we talked about before. So the language in Egyptian and the other language, their forms have to match. So that's all it is. So form, and then S is meaning. So what we're saying is that for Q, the first equation that has to match is that form and meaning. That these two words have to match in form and meaning. That's all it is. And so in the second one is that there exists a series, a cognate set of words with the same form, at least consonantal form, as the two words that we're trying to argue are cognates. And so in standard linguistics, all you need really is 3 examples, but I want to make sure that we type, so I'm gonna say 5. So that's all this 5 here, where Z equals 5. So, 5 other words, 3 to 5 other words that we can find with the same shape and form, so that basically we can establish that there are regular sound meaning correspondences, and then we can establish what some still call sound laws, but we just call sound correspondence, because the concept of sound law is problematic, coming from a scientific perspective. And so that's all this is saying, that there exists some series. So this basically is a way of saying the African proverb, I am because we are, therefore we are because I am. It's a community. So a cognate can't exist. You can't argue that these two words are cognate unless it exists, saying in a family of corresponding cognate sets, or a cognate set of corresponding words that have the same shape in each one of the respective languages, in language A or language B. And so because we're dealing with ancient Egyptian and we don't have the vowels, this can become problematic in terms of the form, the full form. Well, we can get the consonants right in shape, but the vowels, because they don't have the vowels, that becomes a problem when doing the comparative work. So we have to be extra rigorous with this. And so the ancient Egyptian terms in the writing are terminated by a series of classifiers that the Egyptologists of old called determinatives. And so the Egyptian language is a classifier language, and it is represented in their script as classifiers. And so we'll get into that, in a little bit later. And so what we're saying here is that this U is that the U is true, that the word in the second language corresponds to the classifiers in Egyptian. So that's what this omega stands for here. So it means the classifiers must be in concert with the word in language B. And so phi, again, as I mentioned earlier, for us is going to represent Egyptian. And so omega represents the classifiers for the Egyptian words. So this is what this equation. So the forms and the meanings must match. There must exist sound meaning correspondences, and the classifiers for the words must match the meanings in language B. So when all this is said and done, then we have a cognate. Then this equation is true. P, if and only if Q. So, you can go back to this later, and, everything should be understood, the more you just go over it. And so this would be an example of what I mean. So the other form is, is cumbersome, but as long as we have those postulates set in place, then everything how we move later on will set the tone. So again, at the beginning of this discussion is just simply the putting together the theoretical framework. So for people who are not familiar with historical comparative linguistics, this is how it's done. So this is, an excerpt from my upcoming book. And here I'm trying to establish a correspondence here with this sign here in the Egyptian, which we argue is a nasalized or volar trill in terms of its sound value, and what does it correspond to in related languages. So, in response to, for example, Proto-Bantu, and then I go into Bantu, actual Bantu words, and do this comparison. So for a good measure, we always like to, we don't normally compare proto-languages because, these aren't proven to exist. But we have to test our proto-languages, our proto-reconstructions, against living languages or other languages for which we have attestations for, which were not included in the initial analysis for which we did the proto-reconstruction. So this is why I have Sumerian, and Shikam is what I call Egyptian. And so we're testing Proto-Bantu, against Sumerian and Egyptian. And so we're just concerned primarily with the C2 position, or the consonant position, the second consonant position here. And as we can see, there's a correspondence between this sound and in Proto-Bantu, and various attestations here in Sumerian. And so, there's other tables that I've shown and can show consistently that all of these obey sound rules, correspondencing rules. And so, this is how you'll see a lot of the correspondences in later on in this presentation. So, looking at the stream, it seems that it's very blurry on the side. Anyway, so I'll continue. So we're going to deal with hypothesis 1. So now we're getting into the meat of the discussion itself. So, hold on one sec. Here we go. So, as we mentioned before, the ancient Egyptian language does not record its vowels. It is consonant orientated. And so if you don't have the vowels, you don't know what the meaning, you don't know how to pronounce each and every word. And one of the problems in the argument is that there are so many Kemet words or Kim words that use the I6 hieroglyph that when it came to the ancient Egyptian place name, the toponym, they just automatically assumed that the word was Kim without any kind of verification whatsoever. And so, as an example of what I mean here, I'm taking the Collagen language, which is a Nilotic language, Nilo-Saharan, so-called Nilo-Saharan language, and showing that, if we see on the left-hand side a series of words. Now, it's clear to us that these are different words, just by the way that they're spelled and the vowels in between the consonants. But if we was to extract these vowels and only leave its consonantal skeleton, we would have a similar picture how we have in Egyptian. So if, for example, we have a word, with a KMT consonant sequence, it would be erroneous for me to assume, for example, that it is from a root meaning low, a darkness, for example. So they have kimoi, darkness. And so it would be erroneous for me to assume that all these words up here are, have the same root. For example, this Kim here, to die, which is the root of this one, the late, a deceased person. It just has a T suffix. So it would be erroneous to say something like the Black Death or to black die. That wouldn't make any sense. It's easier for us to do this in a living language because we know the vowels. But in ancient Egyptian, we don't. And so the Egyptians have a method for determining what the actual root is. And those are the classifiers which we mentioned. So we can see just a few examples, and there are a lot more, of the word Kim, this is a consonantal sign here. And this is what we call monoliteral. And these are this is another word here. But this is a classifier and this is a classifier. So these are classifiers over here. And so, but these all have the same consonantal skeleton, but these are different words to perform work. The inhabitants of Erebus, to complain, the tail end of something, to make full, a serapeum, this is a location. All of these do not mean black. This is a moment in time, for example. This is a flickering or a book of wisdom. It's not a black book of wisdom. It's just a book of wisdom. The word Kim means a book. And so when it came to the place name Kemet, they just automatically just assumed without any justification whatsoever that the root is Kim black. So to further demonstrate the problem that we have here, let's look at these words, for example. So the importance of classifiers. So we have two words here, we for mummy, and we, the pronoun I, me, my. We have another set of words here, Kemet, disease, and Kemet, pupil. Now, if we, see this in a sentence, how will we know what is what? They have the exact same graphemes, nothing different as far as the roots are concerned. So how would I be able to tell the difference between we, mummy, and I, me, my, or Kemet, disease, or Kemet, pupil? The way we do that is through the classifiers. These graphemes at the end of the word. So we can tell that this is not mummy, we mummy, because it's not terminated by the mummy classifier, A53. Pronouns are not terminated with classifiers. So those are one of the few words that they just don't terminate with them. So, but we know we mummy because of the classifier. So I can tell the difference between Kemet, disease, and Kemet, pupil because of these classifiers. So this word belongs to a class relating to bodily issues. So that's what this classifier means. But this belongs to a different class dealing with body parts. So this is using a body part image, but it's dealing with a type, diseases, issues with the body. This is just dealing with body parts. So it's clear that, Kemet, pupil is what it is, and that's the meaning, because we have an I determinative where they're highlighting the pupil. And so to convey the idea of disease, which is an abstract concept, they terminated with this sign, which, through experience, we know represents some kind of issue. And sometimes it is terminated with this sign and it's spewing out some kind of liquid like pus or something out of the body. Or it could be blood. It's just some kind of negative discharge of the body. So this is how the Egyptians distinguished between roots. Because again, they did not write out their vowels. These are semi-vowels here, this I or J, which is the, ya type sound. That's voiced and it becomes ya. So hypothesis 2. So we got to remember that the Egyptian, that we're discussing a toponym, in which is a name of a place or any name derived from a place name. The ancient Egyptians terminated place names with these, or toponyms with these so-called determinatives, but they're classifiers. So with the N36, this is a canal. This is a pool. This is a roadway. This is allegedly a tongue of land. This is an irrigation canal or irrigated land. This is a mountain or hill. This is allegedly a town. This is a just to convey the abundance of water. So these are the toponymic classifiers to let you know that whatever word precedes these signs, that it has to deal with a place, a landscape. And so this is very important because in the early days of arguing on the meaning of Kemet, one of the arguments is that Kemet was never terminated by a word that means land. This was false. So, for example, in the Wadi Hamamat graffito of an early Dynasty 12 official Antef, we can see that the word Kemet is terminated here by this symbol, the N23 irrigated canal. This is irrigated land determinative. So this falsifies any argument that it doesn't have anything to do with land, because this is what it's terminated by. This is the earliest renditions of the word Kemet. And so, you know, this is the transliteration, this is the translation. So then I and the entire force descended to the quote unquote black land without there being any retreating of any follower or the death of a great person or a little person. I reaching Kemet safely because of my skill in ascending to this place. And so we see here that this is the terminating classifier. And so we still have people arguing about this form here. This is the form that Diop focuses on. And so he argues that this means people, that this is, first of all, the root Kim, arguing that it means black, and then it describes the people. And that is not the case. And so we'll see when we actually read the primary document that this is not the case. And that you always have to go to the documentation. And this is something that Sheikh Anta Diop never did. He just looked at a dictionary entry in the Wartabush and he made an assumption from there. But the context for which this work is, there's only one place that this is actually used. Every other instance of Kemet is different from this. So there's only one representation of this, to our knowledge, in the ancient Egyptian records. So, and that representation is in the hymns of Sesostris III. And so it says, it was after he had ruled Egypt, or Kemet, this is where it is here, and after he had put the desert in his company, that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands, and after he had pacified the two banks, that he came to us. It was after he had caused Egypt, or Kemet, to live, and after he had removed its needs, that he came to us. So you can see here, first and foremost, that there's no conversation about people. Kemet here is being used to represent a nation, to represent a place, in contradistinction between the desert, Tawi, another name for Egypt, and Idebui, say another name for Egypt, the two banks, the two lands, the desert, in Kemet. So there's a theme going on here, and none of these have anything to do with people. And so the way this passage is worded lets us know that it is talking about the state as a political entity and not the Nisbi adjective form, Kemetiyu, those of Kemet. And so the way that if you was to write Kemetiyu, it would be written totally different. This is supported by the fact that Kemet is used in the same manner as all of the other political locations in the text. The names, Desheret, Tawi, Idebui. The original text does not employ personal determinatives. Furthermore, after the second sentence containing the word Kemet, it refers back to the first instance of Kemet by means of a third person singular feminine suffix pronoun, it. If it spoke about the people, we would expect sin, their, they, them, not it. So it's, Kemet being a personification of a place, a nation. The grammar does not agree. And this is the only place that you're going to find this representation of the word Kemet. So anyone interpreting this as, they're talking about Black people are wrong and incorrect. They have not read the literature. And so the word Kemet is terminated primarily in 99.99% of all of the representations of Kemet by these classifiers: N23, irrigated canal; N36, a canal or river; or O49, the town glyph. And all three of these are interchangeable. They mean the same thing. For example, this word Sapat at the bottom, which means a district or nome. You see that's the same word, same consonant sequence, but terminated by two different classifiers. So O49 and N23 in these two examples interchange. But this was already explained in the actual Wörterbuch. So this is a copy, a photocopy of the entry, from the German entry of the Wörterbuch for the word Kemet. And so there's other entries in here, but this is the first primary entry for the word Kemet. It has here the determinatives, and it's showing, I'm pointing to you, the determining factors. So everyone wants to talk about Black people, but they never discuss these three determinatives or classifiers here. So all of this has to deal with water, not color. And these interchange as discussed in the Wörterbuch. They haven't even actually read the Wörterbuch. So in the Wörterbuch, they give you two sources with the same thing where Kemet is being used with the N36 glyph and the N23 glyph. So in book 5, page 126, and book 5, page 494, Imi Kemet Neb Desheret Neb. So the king or the ruler of all the cultivatable land, Kemet, and all the desert lands, Desheret. A different source with the same thing, but they're using two different classifiers. No people. So this has to deal with water, irrigated land, canal. What class does the word Kim belong to? Remember, how we distinguish between homonym or homographs. So if the Egyptians wanted to convey that the word Kim in Kemet had to deal with Blackness, they terminated, they have two hieroglyphs that they would terminate that have to deal with color. So the first hieroglyph is this D3. And so this is Gardner sign D3 with the sound value shini, wish, and shin. For example, this hieroglyph is used in the word Iwin, which means complexion, color, nature, disposition, skin of a man or animal. So if they wanted to talk about Black people, this is the determinative or the classifier that you would use, because it means color and skin of people. And so it's also using this other word of character or reputation. It's describing the character of something. It's characteristics. And so this word is cognate with in Chiluba as Chikuma. And so I argue in the article that this hieroglyph, that the pronunciation of this in pre-Egyptian was Kim. That's why they use it as a determinator of the word Kim in Kim Black. And so they use it to describe folks. So this word is Kimiyet, and I should have put the Y here. The Black woman Isis. We know that she's Black because the determinative here is saying the character for the word Kim. So we know that these are variations of the same word because of the determinative. So the other hieroglyph that they would either have to use was be the N33. And so we see an example here for Mes Demet, black eye paint. And so it's talking about the color of the paint and the substance of it. And so you see that here. Or for example, this word iritu, red color of plants. you see it's terminated by that same hieroglyph. So whether they wanted to talk about red or black, they would terminate it with either one of these classifiers. You never, ever, 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 ever find the word Kemet as a toponym of a place name terminated by either one of these classifiers. This is the first clue that we know that it has nothing to do with color. So in the text, Ancient Egyptian Calligraphy, A Beginner's Guide to Writing Hieroglyphs, the author goes through a series of signs and their meanings, and they inform us that the N23, remember that the word Kemet is terminated, one of the examples of Kemet is terminated by the N23 hieroglyph. He notes that in the Old Kingdom, the determinatives of N20, N22 became the N36 and the N23 hieroglyphs. In the Middle Kingdom, so this actually in the Old Kingdom for the Mer glyph, N36, and in the Middle Kingdom for the N23. So these hieroglyphs, the N36 and N23, are just different forms of these hieroglyphs, which are land hieroglyphs. The N20, N21, N22. These are land. And so it's telling you these are just, the other version, just stylized versions of land. So these are not just land unto itself. That's what Ta is. These are land that encompasses water. So in between these two lines is water, water, water. These are banks. The edges of the two banks are two canals. That's why when we go back and we see here, that's what this is. It's saying that there's water in between two banks, or there's water, there's land or ground on either side of a stream of water. So the pronunciation of these words is Wajeb or Edeb. And I will show later that these are cognates. These are different variations of the word Kim in Kemet, which is a river bank, a riparian land, a shore of a flood, land which the waters of the Nile can reach. This is the definition of Kemet. All Kemet is land with water running through it, with a river running through it. That's it. Nothing special at all. And we'll prove it. And so I made the comment that that Wajeb, which became Edeb in the language, is cognate with Kim. Way we prove that, remember our formula from earlier, that in language or dialect A, the forms must match the forms in language or dialect B with a similar or the same meaning. So we can see here, Jabar, to replace, to reimburse, to repay. It has different suffixes to convey, ever so more meanings of the root. And so we know that this root means to pay because of its dialectical variant, to pay. It comes from a verb. And so this W in this instance nominalizes the verb. So from the concept of to pay, the nominalizer, we get the abstract income. To be blocked, to block, the verb form. The noun form is shield and protection, and is nominalized by this instrument prefix in this dialect. Food offering, food. Yes, there's a word Kim that means food. So why didn't they choose food over black? What was their criteria for distinguishing these words? Leaves, foliage, grain, or plant. To blame or to reproach, complain. Jeb, to crush by treading. Sakim, destruction, is a dialectical variant of that. Gim, to crush. So when I argue that Edeb, riverbank, is cognate with Kim, I'm doing this on the basis. All the what we talked about earlier, all my criteria is met. I have a word and I have at least 5 cognates. It belongs into a series. So that formula is sound. So not only that, remember that I mentioned that the hieroglyph of the Egyptian is a cognate that it was pronounced Kemet one time, or at least in another dialect or language that existed in Kemet. And so we can do the same thing here, where we have Kim, which I argue in the book. I give a more elaborate argument. So this is just an excerpt from the book. This is the summary. And so, but that word shini, hair, Kimi, a snake, shinet, shinet, a snake. And so this is a suffix. Kim, a vessel, shini, a vessel. Kimiyet, cattle, shin, relating to cattle. Kim, perform, work. Shini, a workman. This suffix here nominalizes the verb. Kim, to pay. Remember that W suffix of abstraction? It does the same thing here. Tax audit, tax. Kim, shield. Again, an instrument, prefix, shin, to block, just like what we saw. And so Kim, crocodile tail, shin, crocodile. So we have this formula here. For wherever there's a dialect A, K, there's a dialect B, sh, dialect A, M, and dialect B, N. So it satisfies the formula up here at the top. So these are cognate, dialectical cognates. All of these exist simultaneously in the Old Kingdom. And so we'll have to deal with the issue of the multiple languages that were spoken in Egypt and how we can tell. And so the word Shinu itself has dialectical variations. And so, you know, just showing this here, because I want to show that K also corresponds to this dotted H, and we can see through here directly. And so there's a formula in mathematics, a postulate that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So let's go back. If K, which is A, equals Sh, which is B, and B, Sh equals C, which is dotted H, then A, K equals dotted H. That's a mathematical formula, and we have just proven this. And so that's just the setup. So now we're going to get into word derivation and the grammar of the word. Because remember, Sheikh Anta Diop made an argument for both the T being a feminine suffix and the root Kim being black. And we're going to demonstrate that both of those postulates are incorrect. He was wrong. And so, for some reason, everyone thinks that every single instance of a T suffix as a morpheme is a so-called feminine T. Scholars are really lazy. And so people just read books and just accept what's in the books without doing the work themselves. And so we can establish here that this is not the case always. And so I have here the grammar test. So we have highlighted in red the grammatical morphemes. So what is suffixed here in Egyptian, Chikam, is prefixed here in Chiluba, which is a Bantu language in Central Africa, in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. So Memet, an edible plant and its fruit. Chimuma, fruit, orange, fetus, Chiluba. We say mut, mother, but remember, they didn't write vowels. This is not a U sound. This is not mut, mother. This is chimamu or chimawu, my mother, mom, maternal aunt. And so this W is the result of a process in linguistics called lenition, the weakening of a consonant between two vowels. So we see this present here in Chiluba, mamu. So when you say mama, that's all it is, mama. Chimama, chimamu. A chimawu, pipet, a plant. Chipupu, foliage, which is plants. Minminet, herd cattle. So this is a reduplication of men. So that, to bring about the plural. So this is the single, chimuna, domestic animal. Minyit, root of a plant. And chimini, what grows, or a seed plant. And so all these instances, we can see match word for word, that these are cognate words, the forms match, the meanings match, and the grammatical morphemes match. So this T terminating in Egyptian is not a T feminine T. It is a nominal class prefix that we find in Bantu pronounced either as ki, chi, or si, from an earlier qui. And so to test our hypothesis even further, we can see that two words which are not cognate but match in meaning, but still have the same grammar. So this word juriet, wall or floor in Egyptian, even though this word doesn't match chibua, wall, dirt, road, clay, floor, the meanings are the same, both on wall and floor. So we know that the old houses in Africa were made from mud and clay from the ground. So that's why it's both wall and floor. So, but they're both have the same grammatical morpheme, even though they're different different words altogether. So this nullifies or this puts in doubt Sheikh Diab's argument about the feminine T. So we know in Chiluba, for example, that chi, which ultimately derives from a word for foot, and it can mean ground or land. And the word for ground or land is also used as the abstract and for other reasons. That it is used to talk about spatial spaces, places, or inanimate objects. So this word for city or town, chiminga, a flat surface or a region, chipapu, chikulo or jikolo, site of an abandoned village. These are all places. Chilamba, a bridge can be a place, but it also could be, an inanimate object. Same thing with a stable or fence, but this is used to denote an area that has been closed off. So we say chikumbi or chidwaya, tomb or grave. This is the cognate for the word. We say duat, but this is how you this is the cognate in Chiluba. Chidwaya. So in Kiswahili, the form is ki. So to say village, you would say kijiji. And so these are palatalized variants of this ki. So this is going to be important because in Egyptian, place names and toponyms are terminated by two suffixes, either a T or a W. So we can see from these variations, I'll just deal with the first three. Jet, a place, a domicile, or a house. Nit, city or town. Shinjet, a Kea house, a sacred precinct. All of these you can see is terminated by T for places. So it's letting you know it's the place of. Same thing with the W. Abode, festival place. All terminated by W. And so when you say boo place, it's really B, the word for foot, ground. Just like as I mentioned with chi or ki. Terminated by the W suffix for place. And when these two are combined, this becomes grammaticalized as a prefix for the abstract, just like chi and ki in Bantu. So I mentioned the Sumerian. And so in my upcoming text, I'll be demonstrating how the Sumerian, Ancient Egyptian, and Bantu are related languages. And so again, some of these are just excerpts from the chapter. So you can see in Sumerian, they have a prefix ki, which is a prefix of place. Just like chi in Chiluba or Bantu. And so it is also used as the abstract. So we had this word kiduru, a disease. In Chiluba, we have a different word, but it goes through the same process. So bila, to be sick, suffering. But the abstract is this word bu, which is another word for land or place, is used grammatically as the abstract. So when we put it in front, we say bidi, and so this L turns into D when followed by I. Disease, sickness, affection, the same process. Kidu, a stool, from the root dur, to sit. Kiburu, a harvest area. Kibala, rebel land. Kigiri, road, path. Same process. And so I'm going to show you that this key is cognate with the suffix T in Egyptian. So first, we're going to prove it via Chiluba. So we can see from those same words, some of those had the same prefix for a different word, a different form of the word in Egyptian. So I'm not arguing that these words, the roots, are cognate between Chiluba and Sumerian in these examples, only that the prefixes are the same. So we can see this word for Erie town, Ki Erie, and actually this will be suffixed up here as a classifier, and this word root E is a different variation of Ki. And so they have a word for flat surface or region, but it does not have that prefix in Sumerian. So I left that blank. So, but there's a different variant. The loss of the K, it turns into E, Iria, wasteland. So Chikulu, site of abandoned village. Bridge, they don't have a word for bridge in Sumerian. Kumba, stable fence, same thing. Kisiga, fence. Kishir, fence. Chidwa, tomb, grave. Kima, grave. Remember, this is a prefix for place. They are cognates. And Iduru, village, loss of K. This also means a house or a place. It's a single word in Sumerian. So, as I demonstrate here, so what I argue is that T is a suffix of place. It is equal to ki in Sumerian, which means place, ground, earth, land, toward, underworld, land, country, lower, down, below. And that this T suffix is a reduction of the word ta, land, earth, land, country, Egypt, soil, farmland, buildable land. All these is cited in the Waterbush, book 5, page 212, entries 6 to 7. And so the cognate for this is Ker in Sumerian, underworld, land, country, mountains, east, easterner, east wind. So in both of these, actually, because ultimately these comes from a word for hand or foot. And this terminating R, both of these are types of R's, are dropped when grammaticalized here in both languages. And so to demonstrate that this is not a coincidence, I add the other one, to burn, time, to burn, Ker, to burn, to light up. Form and meanings match in grammar, both in terms of their grammaticalization and everything. So in Chiluba, the word to burn is Oshika, Osha, to burn, to set fire, and Inshi, land. And so in Proto-Bantu, this word chi, ground, country, underneath. There's also a variant chi, inhabitant, person of. And so in Egyptian, which I go through in the book, I show you that these are cognate with Middle Egyptian Ankh, earth, land, Ankh, citizen, inhabitant, living person. The Egyptian language is monosyllabic. One root with either prefixes or suffixes to the root. And I show that the word Ankh, earth, land, Ankh, citizen, this is the root, this is a prefix, and this is a pre-prefix. But we don't have time to go into that. So, we can see, for example, there's a text called Origins of African Place Names, an introduction to toponyms in cartography and politics in Africa. And so sometimes these words can be used to set direction. So for example, in on page 210, Dr. Ingo states, however, directional place naming is also practiced in the West as Somerset West, Somerset East, Bank Street South, Bank Street North, in the case of Ottawa in Canada. The "ot" prefix also exists in most settlements in Western Africa. Still in the Bamoon country, "ng" was employed. So we have settlements as Inji Inca, Njinka, Njidare, Njitaut. And I must have mistyped something here. There's supposed to be another example here. The last settlement will be Njibet, so that's actually supposed to be there. So Njibet as at bets in the English and so on. And so what happens is that a word for land also doubles as a word for house or homestead. And grammatically, the words for land, which becomes house or homestead, becomes words for at or in. And so when you read, for example, Kemet, it could be, interpreted as at Kim or on Kim or in Kim, or the land of, the country of Kim. So for example, in Hein and Kativa, dealing with the world lexicon and grammaticalization, that's the title of the book. It gives a few examples here how the word for home or homestead becomes a locative. And so in the Acholi African language, Paco, or Pato, I don't know how that's pronounced, homestead. And so the reduction of it, pa, at. In Susu, Konyi, kon plus yi, nominal marker. Home, residence, becomes koma, kon, a multi-purpose particle, to, toward, preposition, or postposition. And so, just as an example here, by at. So while the evidence for this pathway includes languages that can be assumed to be genetically and errorly unrelated, only African examples have been found so far. Nevertheless, we seem to be dealing with another instance of a more general process whereby relational nouns give rise to relational, typically spatial or temporal grammatical markers. See, for example, bottom, boundary, edge, side, top. So we see how the words for ground and house become, grammaticalized. And we see the same thing in ancient Egyptian. And so this is just another example of the word for place, which is a word for ground, becomes a locative, grammatical feature in a language. And so we just saw that in those work on the African toponyms, where it's actually attached to the actual place name. And then we see it here used grammatically within a sentence, and so you can review this on your own time. So yeah, same thing here. So now I'm gonna demonstrate that the word and prove that the word Kemet, the word Kim, is not the word black. And so remember our formula from the beginning. And so I have to demonstrate, for example, using another language, that, making sure that the sounds correspond so that I can make an argument for what is a cognate or not, because a cognate cannot exist without it being a part of a set of corresponding, lexemes in different languages. So, we have three witnesses here, and that's Sumerian, Egyptian, and Chiluba. And so this word Dun, profit, Kim, profit, in Chiluba, Makasa, profit, gain. Udub, coal. This should actually be blank, but there is an entry in the Kim Waterbush, a pile of burning coals. However, subsequent research has demonstrated that this is not correct. And so that's why in the modern dictionaries, they show this as a ghost entry. So that's why I have it in parentheses, or in these brackets, so to speak. Jikala, coal, Makala, charcoal, and Chiluba. Dalu, leather object. Kim, black leather. Jikoba, skin, Chiseba, animal skin, leather. And I go through all these sound law, so-called sound laws in the book as far as the second consonants are concerned. But we're really concerned here with these columns here between Sumerian and Egyptian. The totality, total up. Dar, to break. Shakim, kim, the destruction. To split, crush, grind. Kala, slice. Kula, grind, grub. All of these are cognates. And so in the Sumerian language, the D's and T's interchange. So we can see that words with KM, the consonant sequence in Egyptian, still matches even with the T as the first consonant in Sumerian. And so R's and L's interchange. And so they all correspond to M in Egyptian. So illness, disease, Kemet, a woman's disease. To end. To be old, long lasting, Sikim, to grow old, be wise. Till, to live, to dwell, to sit. There's no Kim corresponding, but in Chiluba, we have Shikama, sitting, wait, stay, sit down, live, reside. Shikomo, Inkum, Inkam, Mukam, to sit, location. So it's still consistent. To be completed, Kim, complete. Tell, to cry or clamor, complain. All of these cognates. And so with that said, in Sumerian, the D corresponds to K. The T corresponds to K. In the second consonant position, R's and L corresponds to Egyptian M. So we have here, we already established that Ki is Egyptian suffix T. And so now we're arguing here that this word here, Kiduru, damp ground, irrigable land, is cognate with the word Kemet. And we just discussed. So this is a Sumerian cognate for the word Kemet, Kiduru. And this is how you would write it in the Sumerian cuneiform glyphs. And so this is scientifically established. All grounds are covered. And so we can argue that the word Kim in Kemet is wet, irrigated, damp, fresh, because that's what this root comes from. Duru, damp, ground, irrigable land. Kiduru, from the root, to be soft, to be wet, irrigated, damp, and fresh. So it makes sense why the word Kemet was terminated by irrigated land, by a canal glyph and the city glyph, because you can only put a city in an area where there is water. And so we worked by, going through the morpheme, the grammatical morpheme first, and then going all the way backwards, and then, finding what the root means. And so this is what this says here, that a morpheme compound, morpheme 1, morpheme 2, is a compound if and only if, this word with this meaning matches, that it can be broken up into two morphemes itself with a meaning, and this, has a function or a meaning. So this is what we see here. So this word Kim also corresponds to the roots Kanda in Chiluba. And this is going to be very important. And so Ikim, to tear out, Kanda, to separate. Kim, finish, complete. Kanda, complete, whole. Kimiyet, a book of wisdom. Mukanda, book, paper, letter. Ikim, shield, protection. Kanda, to prevent, prohibit, refuse permission. In other words, to block, like in the other examples. And so this prefix here lets us know that it nominalizes an instrument prefix, while this is a verbal prefix. So these are homographs. These are not the same prefix. So, and then of course with Kemet, Egypt, the country, meaning irrigated land or nation, Chiankanda, a piece of land, field, part of a field being plowed in a day. And so Egyptian K corresponds to Chiluba K. Egyptian M corresponds with Chiluba End, which is also basically a nasalized L. And so there's a rule in Chiluba. When the L becomes nasalized, the L becomes D. And so we can see that this correspondence also happens for the most part in Stango. So in Sango, the mbo and interchange, the and interchange. So we can see a few examples, saying here. And so while we in Sango in one language, we can see this interchange of the or b or in. We see it the same here, and we should note that the m also interchanges with b in Egyptian. So we know in the previous form, on the previous stage, that the m was mba, and that there was a split. In one dialect it became m, and another dialect it became b. But that's for another time. And so when we say kanda and ganda in these variations, the word in Herero, and I give more examples in the text, but I'm trying to keep it as brief as possible. So we have O Nganda, a village, but properly a new pasturage with an abundance of grass and water. That's what a Kemet is. And Nganda, and Nkanda, Buganda, Uganda, Wakanda. That's what this is. It can be a word for village, it could be a word for homestead, or it could just be an area, a new pasturage with an abundance of grass and water. So as I said, a Kemet is just land with a river or water running through it. It has an abundance of water. And so this is from the English Herero Dictionary. So this is what I say. So we put it in the formula. Kemet equals a place with grass. It has these characteristics. It has grass, it has water, it has edible plants. A Desheret, which they like to compare Kemet to, is a place with no grass, with no water, or no edible plants. That's the distinction, not black and red. And so it is because of this that you have these variations of Kim, seeds or fruit. How come they didn't say the land of seeds or fruit or plants? See, the classifiers are everything. Kemet, grain or a plant. In the Doluo language, they say cham or ham, grain, crops, food. And this is uncooked food. Hamo, to eat, with the old verbal suffix. And so we have no basis whatsoever to argue that the word Kemet means black. And so just as we can find in other languages correspondences between Kim meaning black, we also have in other African languages Kim meaning farm or country, just as we see. So Kam, Basa, farm. In Doi, these are all Bantu languages. Isitako, Ngobzin, Runda, Kam, Ikam, Kumadin, all meaning farms. Or Kom, country in the Balu, Ikoma, city in Okam, Kom, rural area, Komwa, country, region, Komi, country, Kumbi, nation in the Zulu, Guma, country, Gumo, village, city, rural, Gomji, land which grows warm and is healthily cultivated, the Gala or the Oromo language. And so as we see here, there are other Kims and Kemets inside of Kemet. So if Kim meant black and meant black people, for example, this district, Kemiet, the district of Kakam, these people can't be any more blacker than everybody else in Kemet. So this district here, if we go by that logic, these are super black people, because these are the blackest of black people inside of Kemet. Same thing with these people here in Athribis. And there's dialectical variations of Kim and Gim. Kim were a town in Egypt, Gimit, a town in Athribis. Kim were a sanctuary in Fayum. So the people who go visit this sanctuary, they super black too. So they're extra black at this temple. And so Kim Ka, the 10th nome of Lower Egypt. So these are places in Kemet that are called Kim that has nothing to do with black. Notice not one of these are terminated by any hieroglyph denoting color. Only irrigated land, irrigation, city, town, space. This is a foreign. This is close to a hilly country. Same thing here, but also the city. So the logic does not stand up to scrutiny. And so we notice that most of these places exist in the Delta region. This is a photo of the Delta of ancient Kemet. Do you notice a difference between, this is a satellite version of this area here versus these areas here? An abundance of grass, trees, water, because there's tributaries in the Delta in this area going here. That's why you find all these Kemets or Kims in this area where there's lakes, because there's an abundance of water, which matches the determinatives or the hieroglyphs. And I can show you that the word for the Delta or Lower Egypt, Mehu, is cognate with Kemet. It's just another dialectical variant of Kemet. And so we can compare Kim with Mes, the syllabic inverse. So remember earlier, we already established that K internally corresponds to dotted H. And so M corresponds to M. These are different dialects, different languages. And so using the Mboli model, we would say that this is a dialect Kekwi, and this is dialect Kweki. Different syllables of formation. And this isn't a process of metathesis. And so seeds, fruit, Mehu, flax linseeds, Kimi, desert snake, Mehen, snake, serpent, Mehi, serpent, demon, Kimi, so-called black bull, Mehi, holy bull. And so when we talk about Kemet, land, farmland, Mehu, parcel of land, land plot, Kemet with the river determinative or canal determinative, you know, Mehu or Mehiu, flood, water now. This is used for words in flood, which I demonstrate in the book. You know, even the word for crown, even though this isn't using the I6 glyph, it's still the consonant sequence, crown of Lower Kemet, of Lower Egypt. And so Mehu or Meh, crown of Lower Egypt. And so Lower Egypt here, Mehu. And so Mehu is just another variation of the word Kemet. And so this dialect, they terminate their place names with W, while the Kemet folks, they terminate their place names with T. There's two different languages going on in Kemet, but that's another argument for another day. And so we can see the same correspondences between Chiluba and Chikam. I'll only do the first three. So Mehi, to flee, Kima, to run, Mehi, to hold, to seize, Akila, grab, take. So remember that the L's and M's, even in Chiluba, correspond, just like they did between Egyptian and Sumerian. So, you know, Meh, arm, Chikomo, fist, Meh, to embrace, Koma, to embrace, to place arms around the body. We can go down, so where there's an M capital H in transliteration, or M H dotted H, is KM in Chiluba. And so whether it's HM or dotted HM, the syllables are reversed. The order still remains in Chiluba. So hem, to tread, Chikama, to press, to tread, hem, crush, press, comma, squeeze, compress, crush, hem, surprise, Kima, wonder, wonder at, him, majesty, chief, sovereign, kum, chief, or someone of social weight, Wehem, report, Mukuma, report. These are all cognates. And so we can establish that Mehu, Lower Egypt, is just a dialectical and related variation of the word Kemet. And they all have to deal with water. And so these are the different variations of the word Kemet, which we have established already. So Kemet, which we say is arable land. Mehet, arable land. And this is the source, the Edfu text, you know, volume 3. Notice the termination. Remember that this is the earlier variation of this. So these two are equivalent. They're terminated by the same terminator, just different variations of the same classifier. And so this is a different variation of the same classifier, all of these, with Jeb, shore, riverbank, Idebu, riverbank, riparian land. Ideb, which the Nile reach. Inebu, a field. All of this, cognates, variations of the same word based on sound correspondences. And so I want to define, lastly, this word here, riparian land. This is how you would properly define Kemet. So a riparian zone or a riparian area is the interface between land and a river or a stream. Riparian is also the proper nomenclature for the one of the 15 terrestrial biomes of the earth, plant habitats and communities along the river margins and banks, also called riparian vegetation, characterized by hydrophilic plants. Riparian land refers to terrain that is adjacent to rivers and streams and is subject to periodic or occasional flooding. Everybody who knows anything about ancient Kemet knows about the flooding, the flood zone. So a Kem is any land that is connected to a river or a canal that floods. That's what a riparian land is. This is so a land with grass and water and vegetation and plants because of flooding. That's why in the Vickers dictionary it has land which the waters of the Nile can reach. Riverbank, riparian land, shore of the flood. This is an irrigated channel. There's water. All of these are making sense. So in this here, from the African Journal of History and Culture, it says toponyms fulfill the task of identifying localities, thereby distinguishing them from one another. More so, they serve as cartographic labels that can be used for orientation, navigation, recreation, and reference points. A place name imparts a certain character on a place. Thus, place names can also provide a glimpse of a lifestyle led by the people. For instance, geographical names can suggest that a people were settlers rather than ferocious raiders. In other words, place names could be used to judge the way of life associated with a people, sedentary versus nomadic, which the Egyptians do 100 times fold. One potent means by which they effectively encoded and communicated cartographic and geographic information was by the use of toponyms, names of places and other geographical features. Thus, in vintage African societies, place names were not just chosen arbitrarily. They were carefully chosen to convey specific and useful meanings to the people. It continues. Indigenous African place names have an enormous treasure of geographical information and knowledge inherent in them. In a typical traditional African society, place names are used to succinctly describe geographical phenomena. Roten's account of the use of place names to identify various geographical conditions and features in Uganda, for example, typifies what is obtainable in a classic African society, as observed by Roten. Quote, a very prominent group of Ugandan place names are those which describe or imply the physical characteristics of an area. Relief, climate, soils, hydrology, flora, and fauna all feature in names throughout the country. Often the description is in terms of suitability of an area for human activity, the fertility of the soil, the presence of water, reliability of rainfall, suitability for a particular crop, a river or a swamp which endangers life, the occurrence of a tree or grass species of value for house building, tool making and handicrafts, and the presence of clay for pottery are all frequent examples. Other names suggest a type of land use, describing a prominent crop, the presence of grazing land, and so on. So when people make these arguments, they have no clue as to how African toponyms are chosen. They just have a hypothesis, and they think that a hypothesis is the conclusion, is a subsequent conclusion. And so we're showing that this is not the case, that African people, when they're dealing with place names, they have other means. You remember that people were nomadic. And so we had to describe certain things. So when they named Kemet, it's the place with the big river, where the big river runs through. The delta is the place where the river tributaries and the swamps and things are. And so now we're going to get on this word desheret, and this is going to be my final thing. Everybody keeps thinking that the word desheret derives from a root desher, red. The same fallacies that that people have for the word Kim and Kemet are the same fallacies that they conduct with the word desheret. So the word desheret, we already proven what the T suffix is. It's a place. And so the word desher has nothing to do with color or red. You never see the word desher terminated by any color glyph at all. It's only terminated by landscape glyphs. But the language itself will help us to understand how desher is formed. Because the word desher, red, the root here, is from this hieroglyph here, the flamingo. So because the flamingo is red, that's where we get the word red from, just from the color of the flamingo. So it's similar to our word for orange. The fruit orange is, I think after some investigation that is not named, like the color is not named after the fruit, is the other way around. But there's a fruit orange, and then there's a color orange, because of those same properties. So that's how this word desher came about. But desheret is a totally different word that comes from a different process. And so this presence of this in the classifiers is only is like a logogram that reinforces the pronunciation of this word here, and has nothing to do with the color. And so we can prove that. So let's prove it. So one of the things I mentioned earlier is that the Egyptian language is monosyllabic. So there are monographemes that is prefix and suffix to the root. So here, for example, this word sure, threaten, when it has the prefix D, it becomes angry. So this is a verb, and now it's nominalized. So it has a nominalizing prefix D, angry. And then it has another suffix W, wrath. So you can see a series, the root SR, 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 which is prefixed over here and suffixed on this side. And actually this R is a suffix too. But, but for this series, the SR is the root. And so in Chiluba, Shiwula, or in Soka, in Sumerian is Gur, anger, rage. That same sh, that palatalized K, which becomes sh, that is the root. So now instead of R, is being suffixed by W. So dry, dry, drought. Now it has two other suffixes, I or Y, T, wasteland, desert. It's suffixed again by W, dry land, because this suffix is W, is different from this suffix. So this suffix is that same suffix, the W that terminates to let you know that is a place. So this is why it's double suffixed by W. It's not a geminate. This is not a partial reduplication. This is one suffix. This is another. So now it's suffixed again by T, shuit, shuyit, a dry place. Again, places, place suffix on this root. And so in Chiluba, G-osh, desertification, Jishuya, Chikam, again, shu again, shu-shu-yi, dryness, drought, dry spot, to make dry. This is a prefix, causative prefix. And then shu, dry places of wood, dry grass. In Chiluba, inko, dry. In collagen, icha, famine, poverty, drought. Sumerian, sharag, to dry out. So shu also this it has to deal with emptiness, the lack of something. So shu, emptiness, absence. Shushui, make empty. Shu, be empty, be lacking, be void. Empty set. And then it is either the W here is prefix or this is a totally different affix. So this W, so now this suffix is dropped, and now we have a different prefix, verbal prefix here. To make, to be empty of, to be destroyed, a vacant place, space, an interruption. So in Chiluba, it's jisoso, a hole or a pole. In collagen, it's empty, without. in Sumerian kishur. So remember that as a key of place, a hole or grave.
Hey, brother Asar, this is Quadjo. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the time, and I said I wasn't going to step in, but I wanted to know, it's going on now about an hour and 42 minutes.
Oh, dang, I didn't realize. Well, these are the last slides.
Okay.
So, but the point is, you get this point that shu and sure, you know, the S is the root, and the W and the R are suffixes. And so we see the same thing here with desher, impurity, dirt, fire, flame, desheret, desert, foreign country. There's another variation here where there's no D prefix, but a W prefix. Wisher, dry, wither, absence, lacking, to dry, to parch, dry land, dry area, wisheret, dry land. This is not a homonym of desheret. These are two different variants of desher for bread. There are two different words. They come from two different processes. And so this is the ending here. So from a root S, a monosyllabic root is suffixed or prefixed and suffixed, and you get these variations: drought, wasteland, dry, to dry parts, dry land, desert, foreign country. So that's what this word means, and this is the sequence from which it derives. So there is no dichotomy between red land and black land. That's Egyptologists and linguists being lazy. And so there's only, you know, the land with water and grass and a river and plants, and then there's the land without water, plants, animal life, or life period. So this is exactly what you see here. And so you will not find in Africa, you know, people naming themselves as a name for their country, a name for their people, black. I have yet to find any place name in Africa. Just because you can describe somebody being black does not mean that the people named themselves or their country black. It doesn't exist. And so this helps to ruin. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm sorry it took so long.
All right, appreciate that. So what I want to do in the interest of time is just go right into and let Brother Neter Neb begin his presentation. And then we'll have a brief moment for one question back and forth, because I want to make it short, because I want to have it, you know, where we can have someone take a look at it. So Neter Neb, you're up, brother. I think, sorry, your screen's still being shared?
No, it's not.
No? Whose screen is this? Neter Neb, are you there? Okay, let me unmute the brother.
Do I? Thank you for unmuting me.
Yeah.
You cannot unmute yourself. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. All right. Asar Imhotep, brother, I love your correspondences. The correspondences are beautiful as usual. But it's just some key things that you didn't do as far as following strict comparative linguistic rules. It seems, as I evaluate your data, it's just you everywhere. And you are not comparing the adjectives in the adjective noun, the adjective verbs, and the adjective modifiers to see if we can verify them in genetically related African languages. I love how you presented the methodology with computational linguistics in describing sound law and how terms must correspond to be a cognate, basically. I don't have to, go into computational linguistics to explain simple things in linguistics. For example, in linguistics, Only thing we have to do is stay within the basic vocabulary to eliminate borrowing. Once we eliminate borrowing by standing to the basic vocabulary, we can begin a comparisons of the languages. Once we compare the languages, we see if they're cognate by establishing sound law. After we establish sound law, we explain sound changes within the cognate. After we explain the sound changes, we do a proto reconstruction. You gave no proto reconstruction. You didn't even compare the adjectives. You know, that's what we're talking about, is the adjective black and its functions as the adjective noun. So let me go in. It's not going to take me that long. This is very simple. So the title of my presentation is Assumptions versus Grammar Rules. And I titled that Pacific because, of course, Asar claims that African researchers are assuming. He even claimed that Dr. Job, had no methodology. His methodology was flawed. And we're going to show why that Dr. Job's analysis of the term, it actually corresponds with how adjectives work in the Egyptian grammar. See, this is going to be sent to linguists. So we don't need no hype man. You feel me? I don't need no cheerleader on the side of me, trying to pump me up. Like the guy in the, I don't know the guy in the comment, like I was telling the guys that this is going to be in front of linguists. They're going to be specifically looking at our methodology and see if we verify this term in genetically related African languages. So you preaching to the choir when you're talking to me about sound correspondences. Advancing the linguistic research of Dr. Sheikh Answer Joke on the term Kemet by Neter Neb. The reason this is so important is because simply, the definition of assumption, a thing that is accepted as true or a certain to happen without proof. Oxford Dictionary. That's what an assumption is. A thing that is accepted as true or a certain to happen without any proof. Grammar is the set of structural rules governing the composition of clauses, phrases, and words in any given natural language. The term refers also to the study of such rules, and this field includes phonology, morphology, syntax, often complemented by phonetics, semantics, and pragmatics. Anybody with a basic historical linguistic understanding knows that grammar is actually the structure of linguistics. So we're going to go to the next. Let's see. My linguistic background. Second level meta-natural grammar student of Dr. Raketi Amin in the Institute of Comparative Method and Egyptian grammar translations and linguistics. I'm currently working with a professor in linguistics. His name is Dr. Nazir Sati, PhD, assistant linguistic professor of Khartoum University of Khartoum, Sudan, in genetically relating Nubian Dongalati with Neter Neb. So, currently, we are upgrading our scientific paper for the Ghana Linguistics Journal in Ghana University, presenting our case of a genetic detection in phonology and morphology with Neter Neb. And I was told to do for the linguistic journal, I was told to do a reconstruction. So actually, we reconstruct the term kumu or kim, and we do a proper historical comparative methodology, and then we perform a proper reconstruction like we're supposed to do as linguists. Now, okay, the guy wanted to know do I have any work in the journal? Well, actually, Dr. Cambone is the head award-winning linguist of the journal. So we got to get past him. I ain't gonna lie, man. He is the most difficult person I ever tried to do a linguistic paper with and get it past that peer review. That peer review is no joke. And I learned a lot from my error, and I corrected them in the next, submission. So me and Dr. Sassi have a paper that's going to be, and I included the term Kemet in that paper. And I actually had good reviews. It wasn't no negative reviews on it. I show proper correspondences. I show morphology, not only phonology in linguistics that detects a genetic relationship, but we must establish morphological correspondences as well, not just phonology. He delves into some morphology, but Asar does not compare adjectives. I'm not understanding that. Introduction. We evaluate some arguments of Asar in this presentation on his hypothesis. I say it's a hypothesis because hypothesis is only opinion. It's not based on any, a hypothesis can be based on scientific analysis, but also a hypothesis is not really a theory. A theory is something that is based in some type of scientific fact. And I'm going to show that Dr. Jope did not just assume as he claimed. Dr. Jope knew of the precision of the grammar rules, and we're going to go to Dr. Jope's word himself. So let me get into the introduction. Okay, we evaluate some arguments of Asar in this presentation on his hypothesis of the term Kemet and how his arguments stack up against strict Egyptian grammar rules, historical linguistics, and philological contextual data. This presentation will show that Asar Imhotep is incorrect in his arguments. Our historical linguistic comparisons with African languages verifies that the term Kimu means Black people by observing the cognate C1. When I put C1, that means consonant 1, which is the initial consonant, which I mark in red, and C2, which is the second consonant of the term, which I mark in red, which is an M. Correspondent meta sounds across related languages, we can derive a proper etymological sense of the term Kemet. Reason why I say that is that in historical etymology, we can observe cognates to get a proper sense of the term instead of looking at supposed borrowings or however. So we use the comparative linguistic method to eliminate borrowings by establishing cognate terms in a basic vocabulary, and then during a historical etymology, the only thing we do is look at the cognates and combine the definitions and perform a reconstruction. So all of this is tied together in a step-by-step process in comparative linguistics. We also know that the term Kimu, Blacks, is cognate across 5 to 14 included dialects, African languages. 5, he used 3 or the little bit of languages that he used, but we use 5 to 14 included dialects in African languages, verifying the Neter term and showing that this term can be seen retained in modern living African languages, verifying that this meaning is accurate as an adjective noun. All of the languages that I will share today have the same grammatical function for nouns. All adjectives simply can be nouns. It's that simple. We also, with the genetic related languages, attempt a reconstruction of the term, which he did not. I didn't see a reconstruction of the term Kimu or anything like that. Collecting the correspondent sounds and applying reconstructing methods that may lead future researchers at a more precise linguistic reconstruction. Sound change explanation will be explained as we go through these adjective forms. So I compare all adjective forms. I compare the adjectives as Black, the adjective verb. I compare the adjective noun for people. I compare the adjective noun for Black land. And across 5 to 14 African languages, we can verify the term Black people. So this is IPA and MDC. These are some of the sounds that we are using throughout this work. So just for the audience to get a feel of where sound is produced in your mouth and how vowels and things of that. Some sounds may have the vowels as diacritic examples, explaining like the tone and pitch, like in Yoruba and Dogon. You see these certain diacritics on vowels. So I just, give a heads up. So sometimes the vowel A and the pharyngeal syllable fricative are interchangeable. So when you see that kind of interchange in this work through lack of time, just for speed, I had to, hurry up because I had 7 days to construct it. Thus for, we interchange that symbol, which is mostly common in traditional transliteration schema. In this presentation for Egyptian, as well as manual decoded, a glottal stop, the sound palatal nasal, seen in this research is a consonant. So just for people that don't know what that sound or that phone is, I just put a little bracket with the NJ so you can that like a sound, niche sound. By obstructing the air in the vocal tract and redirect the air is blocked through the nose. So we use that sound. Other sounds of voices, vela stop, of course, K, which is Kemet, we use that sound. Elevatrial R, we have correspondences with that sound. Bilabial nasal M, correspondences with that sound. Voice alveolar stop, D, voice vela stop, G, voice fricative, sh, semivowel, bilabial stop, and plenty more. So if you want to know kind of like the heads up on the sounds that I'm using, just simply go to the IPA or the MDC. Oh, kind of. Okay. Methodology and demonstration. Like I said, I am not here to be wasting anyone's time making 5-hour lectures. We can easily get to the point, much simpler. Methodology and demonstration. Grammatical rules. Assumption versus grammatical rules. We all know what an assumption is, and we all know what grammatical rules are. I explained them. It's no use to, say I didn't know what the meanings are. So we know what assumption is. We know what grammatical rules are. Now, my methodology. We observe meta-nature grammatical rules on adjective nouns and how they operate. So adjectives in the Egyptian grammar, they operate a certain way. They operate and terminate things just like nouns. And we can check into the grammar rules and we can see that all adjectives in Egyptian grammar, not assumptions. This is not an assumption. This is a grammar rule found in at least 10 to 20 Egyptian grammar books, that all adjectives can function just like nouns. All right. We observe Dr. Jope's grammatical explanation of the term Kemet. Then we compare it with accepted meta-nature grammar rules. Again, we observe Dr. Jope's grammatical explanation of the term Kemet. Then we compare it with accepted meta-nature grammar rules. So that's how we know if Dr. Jope is just assuming something out of the corner of his head, or is he applying specific grammar rules. We observe grammatical operations of determinatives, because even according to grammar rules, determinatives, they have functions. It's different types of determinatives. In Old Egyptian, mostly determinatives, most of the time, or a majority of the time, determinatives are not even used. Did y'all know that? Why is this not explained? See, this is in grammar books. When you go to a Egyptian grammar lesson, they teach you that determinative classifiers, as he put it, is different types. So sometimes classifiers, that's why James P. Allen says sometimes the adjective noun will have a determinative to be more specific. Sometimes, not all the time. Determinatives is not always set. And you just got to understand that point. Just because a term doesn't have a specific determinative to tell you specifically what it is, doesn't mean the term don't mean black, because other grammatical rules come into play. Like all adjectives can be nouns. That is a grammatical rule, actually. Historical linguistics. We demonstrate 5 occurrences of metaphonemic. What I mean by metaphonemic, these sounds, as Asar Imhotep said, is seen throughout all of the genetic African languages that I use. I don't know about his, but in 5 of them that I use, and I did sound correspondences, we observed not only the term black people, but the adjective verb, the adjective, and the adjective noun, and the place name. These was not an Asar Imhotep. He did not compare. I don't know why he skipped over the adjective matrix. I call it the adjective matrix. The adjective matrix is different types of adjectives, like adjective verbs. adjectives functioning as nouns, adjective being adjectives, adjective modifiers. All of these can be verified in African, genetically related African languages. I will show it. We demonstrate 5 occurrences of metaphonemic consonant 1 initial sound correspondent sound law with a limit of 3. We just want to say a limit of 3. Asar touched on that. Dr. Obenga in his paper and Dr. Jope, which I'm going to show, they use no less than 3 correspondences. In Campbell Dunn's work with Naga Congo and Indo-European, he stated how many correspondences are debated. So we're going to go with 3 because it's no less than 3 that Dr. Obenga uses. And Dr. Obenga and Sheikh Asher Jope is the foundation to my research. In the African languages of Coptic Sahidic, Nubian Dongalawi, Dogon Tomoso, and Southwestern Dinka, showing that we can detect a phonological genetic relationship with basic vocabulary, eliminating chance and borrowings. So we know that we function off proper linguistic methodology. We don't use cultural items. We only stay specific to basic vocabulary. All of these languages, I have hundreds of sound correspondences. I've been working on these languages for years now. I just shared and give an example of 4 and 5 correspondent. As you see, I'm gonna make my screen a little bigger. Let's see. Okay. So as you see, the Coptic, Meta-Neter Coptic, P and P corresponds, T and T corresponds, and Meta-Neter Coptic is actually from Dr. Jope's work. I just, shared that's his sound correspondences that he did with Meta-Neter Coptic in the Bantu language of Douala. So he did that, and I just shared his correspondences because it wasn't no need for me because he already did it. So that's why we are building and advancing Dr. Jope's work, not misinterpreting it. We have Meta-Neter, P, P, T, T, K, K, Q, and you will have to go to the IPA. Dr. Obenga used that consonant. So just go to the IPA and see what it is. We use Meta-Neter Nubian Dongalawi, RD, KR, in Meta-Neter Coptic, the Vela K and K are the same. They correspond in consonant 1 initial positions, exactly the same. In the consonant 2, like I said, the M and M correspond. The Meta-Neter Nubian Dongalawi, K and R correspond. Every time you see a K, it's an R. And also in linguistics, sound correspondences ain't always regular. I mean, they ain't always regular. Numerous linguistic textbooks speak about that. Sometimes you might have a KR correspondence, and then next thing you know, you might have a phonetic identity where the sound of the phone is identical to what you're comparing it with. We call that phonetic identity. So where 2 of the same sounds are exactly alike. So in Nubian Dongalawi, both correspondent form exists. The K in Meta-Neter can correspond with Nubian Dongalawi R or Nubian Dongalawi K. So we have the M, the P, the T, D, W, W, 5 correspondences that we are showing here. I have 14 correspondences. So I'm just showing you 5 for Nubian Dongalawi. Southwestern Dinka, I have 12. So I'll show you 5. In Meta-Neter and Dinka, the consonant 1, K, and C corresponds. The RL corresponds, that do naturally, BP naturally corresponds, M and M phonetic identity, natural. WW semi-vowel, natural. Meta-Neter Dogon Tomoso. You have the R and D correspondence. You have K and G correspondences, which think one is voiced and one is unvoiced. I think that the K in Meta-Neter is voiceless and the G is voiced for Dogon Tomoso. Then you have the T correspondence, phonetic identity. And this really supposed to be 4, but I put the T and the sound that I said that if you have trouble, you can go to the IPA or just go to my demonstration where you can get the exact name of that sound in Dogon Tomoso. You have S and S correspondences. So we're functioning off proper linguistic methodology. No one got to teach Neter Neb how to do comparative linguistics when I've been working with a linguistic professor for 2 years, and we are publishing in a scientific linguistic journal in the Ghana Linguistic Journal that's headed by a award, a linguist, African linguist that got an award. Okay. We demonstrate morphological correspondences of the adjective modifier term remit Kim, black person, observed in Nubian Dongalawi and Dogon Tomo So. So not only the adjective noun of Kimmel, black people, is seen to be cognate with 14 African languages. I say 14 because I use 5, but then I also do an internal thing where I add all of the dialects of Coptic. I add the dialects of Nubian Dongalawi, Dinka, and Dogon Tomo So, and all of them, it equals up to more than 14, but I use 14 here. Have the term black people. Have it. And it corresponds. Okay? We demonstrate all adjective forms of black, which Asar did not do. Okay? He did not demonstrate adjective, the adjective noun, the adjective verb, the adjective modifier. Y'all have 4. Since we're using 3 correspondences, I'm going to use 4. And this 4 will be all geared towards the adjective matrix of black, which is adjective black, Kim, adjective noun, which is proven to be in grammatical rules of Neter Neb that can function as a noun, and the adjective verb, and the adjective modifier where the adjective follows the noun and modifies it, which is a form of morphology. So within 4 cases of adjective, we can find it corresponding in 5 African languages, every last one of them. Okay, so linguists, when they see my work, they're going to be very, 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 very happy that we advanced Dr. Joe's work. In living African languages, so we show the adjective, adjective noun, adjective verb, the adjective modifier in living African language that's genetically related with Neter Neb. These related living African languages retains all adjective forms of black, all of them. It can be confirmed and verified within African languages. We demonstrate a historical etymology of the term Kemet, black people, by simply observing genetically related cognates in 14 African languages, included dialects that are already genetically related languages. All right. So a proper historical etymology method is only thing we got to do is look at the cognate meanings and collect them from the cognates, not borrowings, not sharing similarities, but the cognates that we established by using the proper linguistic methodology. Okay, let's see. Okay, here go some of the things that I have a problem with. Brother Asar, I love that that computational linguistics thing. You know, I liked it. That was real cute. That was cute, man. That was pretty and cute. But did it solve anything? It did not. Now let's go to 1, 2, 3, 4. Asar states that researchers assume the meaning of Kemet is black. He said that at the Job's conference in here. And I put, we address this issue by simply, it's a simple issue, showing that Dr. Job did not make blind assumptions on the term Kemet. He actually used strict Neter Neb grammar rules that we compared with known grammar rules regarding Egyptian adjective nouns. Yes, Dr. Job did not blindly assume, but made accurate inferences on the term Kemet by explaining the grammatical rules associated with the term. See, this is where the confusion comes in. One person say Dr. Job assumes, and I say he did not assume. He used grammar. How can we show it? We're going to show it today. 2, Asar states that researchers ignore classifiers. I mean, like it's not just one type of classifier. Classifiers can be unseen. Classifiers can be seen but abstract. Classifiers can eliminate the plural. Special determinatives, we're seeing in Uncle Rod grammar book, in Gartner's grammar book. You have so many different types of classifiers in Egyptian, it makes no sense. So to say that you gotta have a determinative for color is methodologically flawed, and you're ignoring grammar rule. And we're going to show it today. We address this argument by simply applying grammar rules. Determinatives, according to Egyptian grammar, can be deleted, not seen. And Pacific classifiers are omitted sometimes. Sometimes determinatives can be special. by deleting the plural, indicating more specific details of the term. We observe classifiers and various adjective modifiers and adjective nouns to show the various uses since the Old Kingdom. So we show adjective since the Old Kingdom, not just what he's saying, just in the middle, in the 11th, 12th. We showing it in Old Egyptian. And
Dr. Neb, can you zoom? I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. Can you zoom in on your slides when you change?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Appreciate it.
You want me to make it bigger right here? Like that?
That's perfect.
Got you. Okay, so the determinative classifiers we use in various adjective modifiers. Okay. What I do here is simple. We look at determinations of determinatives and adjective modifiers. We're not restricted to just adjective. They have different forms in grammar. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at adjective modifiers. We're going to look at a lot of them, and we're going to look at text. And then we're going to look at adjective nouns. And we're going to show y'all that determination of determinatives is not always seen. Sometimes they're seen for color, and sometimes they're not. Asar's correct that, the term can be seen for color in some cases, but sometimes, especially in the Old Egyptian, determinatives are not seen. So we got to rule that out. That don't even make logical sense, because it's not a rule for determinatives to always be a Pacific and be Pacific every time. You have variations. You have the older versions that sometimes don't have it. So we must know that in the Egyptian grammar. Bonachi Montgomery is in here. He's a grammar teacher. Wujawu, he's a grammar teacher. He knows that determinatives doesn't always be there, especially in Old Egyptian. That's what we are taught in from Dr. Riccati. We address this argument and say, Asar states that researchers ignores the earliest usages of the term. He said that at the joke conference. Huh? Hold on. Let me read that again. Asar states that researchers ignore. The only person ignored is Asar Imhotep, of course. He only focuses on the 11th. We focus on Old Egyptian. We address this argument by simply showing the oldest uses of the term as an adjective noun, which is supported by grammar rules that all Egyptian adjectives can be nouns. Like in Nubian Dongalawi, all Egyptians can be nouns. Like in Coptic, adjectives can be nouns. Like in Dinka, adjectives can be nouns. This is a grammatical rule seen in genetically related languages. In Old Egyptian as Black inhabitants, people, as I translated, and as Dr. Joke translated as blacks. Black people, Dr. Obengo on his website has black, still had. This is grammar that's proving it. 4, Asar states that researchers do not verify the term in genetic related language. Now, you wasn't talking about me. Everybody on this panel know you wasn't talking about me. Not only did I refer the term in genetic related languages, I showed 14 of them. Actually, not only we verify in genetically related African languages, but we show that across 5 to 14 African languages, we can verify the adjective noun Black people, the adjective black, the adjective noun black land, and the adjective verb be black, all demonstrating cognates by establishing sound law. The linguists are going to love this. They're going to love this. All right. Make this bigger, this important. Asar's assumption, hypothesis, versus Jope's grammatical rule, theory. See what I mean? It's a difference. Asar assumption, hypothesis, versus Jope's grammatical rule, theory. Asar gives a very detailed critic of Jope's and other researchers' work, which I applaud and I love that, but it's just not enough. Assumption versus Jope's grammatical rule. Okay, 1. Asar Imhotep stated at the 30th Sheikh Answer Joke Conference that African researchers just assume that Kemet means black. So we're just running around assuming. We ain't functioning off of grammar rules. We ain't doing none of that. We just saying this is that and this. It's just methodologically flawed, doesn't make logical sense. Inaccurate. Actually, the Dr. Joke text you show, which is the foundation to my work, speaks on what the term is under strict grammatical rules. Applying that the term is an adjective collective noun Dr. Jope knew that all meta-nature adjectives are nouns, which can be verified in numerous meta-nature grammar books. Dr. Jope did not assume. He applied strict grammatical rules, breaking down the term to his hypothesis. Asar's claims of assuming has been dismantled by simply presenting the words of Dr. Jope explaining this Egyptian grammatical rule. Now, I go in chapter 5 of the research that Jope presented. And in this research, Dr. Jope explained it, and I will I try to translate best I can. I know a little tiny bit of, not a lot of French, but just by comparing so many languages, I'm kind of, you know what I mean? It's like, I know a lot of sound correspondences and sound changes. So certain words, and then I go to Google Translate. So this is the best possibly that I can get. It's maybe another version, if you know anybody that can update it, or if the linguist scene is Mike can update it and see that I'm close or however. But it states, chapter 5, Dr. Jope's methods, adjective collective noun. It is the strongest and most explicit term that exists in the Pharaonic language to describe the darkness, and the Egyptians did not apply it to the Nubians, but to themselves. It is a collective form putting the adjective black to the feminine singular, followed by the determinative composers of man, woman, and the three traits of the plural. It is a precise grammatical rule of the ancient Egyptian, governing the formation of collective nouns. So I'm trying to get it in my head. Why is he saying that Dr. Jope assumed, when Dr. Jope clearly states in his own work that is a precise grammatical rule? And we're going to find out, was Dr. Jope lying? Did he say it was a precise grammatical rule just to sound slick? Or did he mean what he said? Did he mean that this was a grammatical rule of the ancient Egyptian? Is this form an adjective collective noun? And can first adjective be nouns? In other words, if on the contrary, once in a thing to translate the word negre into ancient Egyptian or black into ancient Egyptian, the only adequate term is this one. Any other translation would be grammatically erroneous or fanciful. This term is attested in the Calhoun Papyrus. He also told us to go to the Calhoun Papyrus because the Calhoun Papyrus, which Asar did not mention, has a contrast. All scholars know that in context, you have contrast between the black and red. But let's go. You know, I don't like to do a bunch of, you know, I like just sort of evidence, get to going. Okay, this is important here. This actually ends the debate, but just for, you know, for the linguists out there, I just want them to see me and Dr. Niles study work to be truthfully. This ends the debate clearly. All right, this is one continue. We compare Dr. Jope's grammatical rule of the adjective black functioning as a collective plural noun, and witness that his knowledge of the term Kemet is in grammatical balance with the grammar of meta-nature. In James P. Allen and Untitled, Let the Ancestors Speak, and numerous other grammar books, Dr. Jope's explanation of the grammatical construction of the term can be verified with applied Egyptian grammar rule. All Egyptian adjectives can be nouns. Noun is a person, place, or thing. And I got something slick for you. See, I got something real slick because James P. Allen gave examples. Did we not see the examples that he gave in his work of adjective can be a person, place, or thing? So if that adjective of Nefer can be a person, place, or thing, and the Egyptian black is an adjective for black, and all Egyptians can be nouns, why can't black be black people? See, this is where the Europeans was trying to flim-flam some shit, but they ain't gonna flim-flam over here. Now, chapter 5, Dr. Jope states, it is a collective form putting the adjective black to the feminine singular, followed by the determinative composites of a man, woman, and the three traits of the plural. It is a precise grammatical rule of the ancient Egyptian governing the formation of collective nouns. So Dr. Jope is saying that the adjective black is functioning as a noun and is governing the formation of nouns. It can govern adjectives because adjectives can function identical as nouns. Dr. Jope, 1977. Now I put the equal sign here. I put the equal sign here. Okay. the equal sign in red because we're dealing with fire here. So I got the equal sign. And can we, as researchers, compare the literary text of Dr. Job and compare it with the text that in numerous Egyptian hieroglyphic schools use the grammar rules to the day from James P. Allen? All right. Can we do that? Yes, we can. Section 6.4, adjectives as nouns in James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian, and an introduction to the language and culture of hieroglyphs. In fact, this James P. Allen. In fact, all Egyptian adjectives except Neb are nouns. Is y'all getting me? Or I'm just preaching to the choir. It say, in fact, this is from a European. In fact, all Egyptian adjectives are nouns. The feminine singular adjective, he gave an example of Nefer. The feminine singular adjective Nefer, for instance, can be used by itself to refer to any good, beautiful, perfect, feminine person or thing. Let's take that back. Let's rewind that. Section 6.4, adjectives as nouns. In fact, he used in fact. He didn't use in assume. He didn't say in assume. He said in fact. All Egyptian adjectives are nouns. The feminine singular adjective Nefer, for instance, can be used by itself as same way as the adjective Kemet, because all adjectives in Egyptian are nouns. So the feminine singular adjective Nefer, for instance, can be used by itself to refer to any good, beautiful, perfect, feminine person or thing. Sometimes describe. Now, I put in bold here, sometimes. See, this is where we are not being, I say, lazy researchers. We're not looking into detailings of what these grammar books are saying. He didn't say all the time. He said sometimes. The scribe will add a determinative to indicate what more specifically kind of person or thing is meant. When they are used as nouns, like Dr. Job stated, adjectives behave like they can have the same other nouns. I meant to put other nouns. They can have the same plural and dual forms as other nouns. And these hieroglyphic terms you see is of Nefer here, Nef, the F R, Nefer, people, person, a man, in plural strokes. So it eliminates the woman. That's how determinatives they are. They can be variated. They can be, depending on what the reasons, maybe space, anything. You know, the whole term sometimes just don't be written out. Sometimes the determinatives are not there. Sometimes they are, you know. So we can't just look at no goddamn determinative because what if the determinative is not there? So we must look at the grammatical functions in the context before we look at some goddamn determinative. Even though the determinative is useful and very important in some terms. But if one is not there, what do we do? You get what I mean? So we got to resort to the grammar. Now, Middle Egyptian and Introduction to the Language and Culture Hieroglyphs, James P. Allen put Nefer and Nefer as a place. This is translated as what? Good person. This is an adjective. This right here. This is an adjective in Egyptian. All Egyptian adjectives, this is a grammar rule. Dr. Job was functioning off of grammar rules, not assumptions. James P. Allen put Nefer with the determinative, plural. He put Nefer with the determinative of the mountain. This is easily good person, beautiful person, or beautiful people, because it's plural. Beautiful people, good ones, beautiful one. However, it's still an adjective functioning as a noun, like all of them do in Egyptian and other genetically related languages. So you have Nefer functioning as a place, beautiful, whatever region, that whatever this semantic and context is talking about, that's what he used here. All right. Two. Asar Imhotep states that present scholars ignores the classifiers. All right. He even claimed Dr. Jope ignored. I mean, this guy's just on a mission. On a mission. This slide presents information on classifier usages according to grammar rules and actual Egyptian inscription. According to James P. Allen and Untitled, determinatives are sometimes used to indicate specific details, not all the time. So we already know that. We can prove that by grammar rules. The linguists that will observe this will see, yes, we can look in the grammar rule and see that of Egyptian. We cannot depend on our observation. I mean depend. I'm not saying not use it. I said depend only. We cannot depend on our observation of a determinative because determinatives are not all the time used to specify color. As we see below from inscriptions and the Waterbury's dictionary, we observe numerous adjective modifier operations, and the determinatives do not always indicate color. It's normal in grammar. This is a normal feature in Egyptian grammar. Sometimes determinatives are deleted, meaning that you don't see them and not seen. Sometimes they indicate color. Like when I show y'all black land, when I show y'all the term black land, using the adjective modifier in the Ibis Papyri, they use the special determinatives of a hair that eliminates the plural strokes, which is mentioned in Untitled grammar book. And you're going to see that they had a concept of putting color to land. All right. So, but let's focus here. Determinatives in Egyptian react sporadically and is not set. But grammar observation will let us know the color. Because we know that adjectives can follow nouns and modify it. Noun with the arrow, adjective following the noun. Below are adjective modifiers with various classifiers with the adjective noun counterparts. Sometimes equals classifier deletion, special classifiers, and general classifiers. All these types of classifiers can be used in regular nouns and can be used in adjective nouns because adjectives function just like noun. All right? Set Kemet. We see here, set, Kemet. We see the determinative for hair. We see Kemet here following the noun, right? But we don't see no determinative for color in back of Kim. We see it here, okay? But this could be talking about a woman's hair. This depending on context. But just stay strict to it. This speaking about black woman Isis, all right? Asar is correct in this instance that it has the hair, all right? I give him that. Now, what about inner Kim though? All right, I give him that it speaks about the color there. All right, set Kemet. But what about inner Kim? Inner Kim doesn't have a head determinative because it's sometimes. That's why the grammar rule states that it's sometimes. It's sometimey, like a sometimey person around your neighborhood. Sometimes they act like this, sometimes they that. We can start calling them type people determinative because they act like a certain way, then they act like here, and the next thing you know, they show them what, they got different, different things. So here in inner Kim, we see no determinative. This is black stone mineral and water bridge. We see Remet Kim, black man. This is an actual adjective modifier in the Papyrus of Berlin. Chicago University. Institute of Chicago gave me this. All right. When I asked them, so they sent me some sources of demotic text that wasn't published in the British Museum. This is why we must advance the research because not all the texts are out there. They sent me this information, and on the text, they stated that this information was text was not even published in the British Museum. And it retained the form Remet Kim, speaking specifically of a black person around Greeks in a demotic when the Greeks were reading. So this is a transcription of the demotic in the Papyrus Berlin of an adjective modifier, which you see the Kim modifying the term here. Now, it's unusual. It don't follow regular, as you see, grammatical laws as in Old Egyptian. As times go on, grammars, morphology, and phonology begins to shift and change. But we still see the overall construction that Kim follows the noun and modifies it. So within the University of Chicago, when they sent me that, the text indicates that they were describing a black man that had an earring and a scar on his face. And this is what the source is for that term, Papyrus Berlin. I have the sources for y'all, at the end if y'all want to check it out. Amak Kemet, black mud, soil. That's in the Ebers Papyrus. The Ebers Papyrus is like a medical papyri. And within that papyri, we find that when certain people get burns or some type of burning ailment, they go to the banks of the river, all right, or whatever, like Asar said. A lot of things he said, I don't disagree with. You get what I mean? So when we go to the banks of that land that he so eloquently stated, they put the black mud soil on that burn as a remedy. So they even have Kemet with the special termination here of the hair with land. This means clay or mud or some type of mud soil ground. In other African languages like Dogon Tomaso, the term corresponds with a term called Nijim, which Nijim is in metathesis form, all right? And it corresponds, and it says in Dogon Tomaso, brown soil, dark brown soil in the Dogon Tomaso languages. Here, Pr-Ntr Kim, the black man. The black man Pr-Ntr, if we apply the strictest grammatical rule, all right? We know that Kim here, we know that this is the noun, Pr-Ntr, and Kim here follows the noun. So it modifies the noun. So properly termination would be the black man Pr-Ntr, but European scholars, they were honest and they said this termination means Pr-Ntr the black, using Kim as an honorific or honorable title. So they still describing and using adjective modifiers even in their names. On the right, we have different usages of the term. So we have, of course, black stone with no determinative. Asar said it always got to have the hair determinative. No, it does not. In the Kim, we see the adjective modifier. The adjective doesn't have a hair determinative. We see in the Pr-Ntr Kim, the black man Pr-Ntr, the hair is not used either. The hair is not used in the Papyrus of Berlin. Okay? So I can give many examples of adjective modifiers and adjective nouns where the hair is just not used because it's used only sometimes. Now you have the adjective noun, black stone, because we see the adjective modifier form, black stone, inner Kim. Now we have the adjective noun because what? Adjectives can be what? Nouns and function as nouns. So this Kim means black, adjective, and here's the determinative. Black stone, Kemet, Calhoun Papyrus, Dr. Jope, source, blacks in Obenga, Kim 2, right? Kim, black people, adjective noun. Going according with proper grammar rules, not assumptions, but grammar rules. Black farmland. Actually, Asar Imhotep usages of farm in other African languages, I agree with. Because black farmland uses an adjective in Stili Mentu Hotep in contrast with the red desert or dry regions. Is farmland is mostly considered, it's dark. When you farm it, it's either dark red loam, dark black loam, the blackest loam, and it's called soil classification. And soil classifications in many African societies, they use adjectives to describe soil classifications. So they may use black to describe fertile farmland soil, and they might use red to describe something that's dry desert regions. We find this in actual inscriptions of the Egyptians using black on the side of rivers and red for mountain areas. I mean, it's like easy, common sense. I put a question mark. I'm not going to touch on that, but it is a Old Kingdom text that say black official, but I'm not sure that would be. I just don't know. That's why I put question mark. All right. So this just shows that classifiers. I mean, come on, in adjective modifiers, in adjective nouns, they can vary. I mean, literally, they can vary Sometimes they're there, sometimes they act there, sometimes they disappear. It's like a funny acting person. So determinatives to me are a funny acting person. Sometimes they general, sometimes they special classifiers, and sometimes they just are not seen. Them niggas be acting funny. So, boom. Let's go on inscriptions. All right. In a master thesis at the University of Birmingham by Francis Simmons in the inscriptions from the rock tombs of Mir, we have artifacts of Pr-Ntr known as Henny Kim, the Black, uses the adjective Kim Black as a modifier to describe himself in his honorary title. And we see the actual inscriptions. Where's the hair? It don't have a hair. But we know Kim follows and modifies this term. Right? This is accepted in all, we could go to the TLA grammar translations. We could go to this person who presented it as a master thesis in the University of Birmingham, Francis Simmons. And this is Simmons' translation of it. Emira, him, Neter, Pr-Ntr, Nefer, Henny Kim, overseer of God's servants, Pr-Ntr, whose good name is Henny the Black. How would they know this is Black? Because of the grammatical operations that's seen here. Henny and Kim follows and modifies the noun, but it has absolutely no determinative at all. So this is proof with contextual evidence in grammar that determinatives are not always seen for us to know. And this is in old Egyptian. This ain't in middle. This ain't in the stuff that you were sharing. This is in old Egyptian. Now, none of that. Overseer of Neter, I don't say God. I say Neter. Overseer of Neter's servant, Pr-Ntr. His beautiful name is the Black man, Henny. They describe themselves Black as a honorary title. And actually in his theses, right? The Kemet that was on the southern side of the wall of the tomb, they the ones that was using majority the term Black to describe themselves. So if anybody wanted, that source is at the bottom. This was given to me actually by Dr. Reggie in a tomb of Pr-Ntr Henny Kim. Notice no determinative or classifier is used in this inscription, only the old Egyptian Kim glyph that follows the noun, which is the name of this Black man. That's it. So we gotta be strict on grammar rules, not assumptions. All right. Make it bigger. Boom. This is 3 different pyramid texts, Old Egyptian. All right, y'all. Sorry. 3 different various pyramid texts, Old Egyptian. The term usages is not in no 11th dynasty. It is an old Egyptian term. All right. Asar Imhotep stated that researchers ignore the oldest usages of the term. So I'm scratching my head like, did he see the one in the pyramid text? This is the oldest usages of the term Kim as an adjective noun. If we apply strict grammatical rules. In Old Egyptian, the term Kimu, blacks, Black inhabitants, natives, is seen in 3 pyramid texts as the adjective noun with determinative of Nut. This term is also translated as Egyptians or inhabitants of Egypt by European German translators in the TLA database. The TLA database referenced this term as Kimti, Egyptians, and they reference this term with Waterboot 5-127, well, the 5th book, 127, and page 18 through 20. So the translation of this pyramid text here is Aha Ek Kinti Kimu Hip or Hippis, happy. You will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like Apis. So even the Europeans, when they translate this term, they use what they use people to translate the term because the Nut glyph can interchange with the people glyph. Okay, so the people in Nut glyph interchanges. We're going to show terms where one term can be a certain word with the newt right here, with this determinative, and it can mean people. And another term can have an interchangeable term for people and its source. So you will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like Apis. This is the TLA German database. When you look on the database, they source you here to this term, Egyptians. And they actually have it, the definition as Egyptians in the TLA. Anybody want to see it from the German database? I'll let you see it, how they translate this term as people, Egyptians. You stand in the front, the black inhabitants, as Apis. We know that in numerous inscriptions, the Apis, the black Apis bull, right? And normally at the museums that I go to, we find an Apis bull with a man, a camel, black, bowed down to the Apis. So that's why I say you stand in front, context. You stand in front, the blacks, as Hapi, Apis. Because of course we know they was making homage, paying homage to these deities. All right. So this goes for ignoring the oldest usages, because the oldest uses of Kimu is actually found in the pyramid text in the credible TLA German database. They actually translate this as people, the inhabitants of Egypt or the Egyptians, and we translate it as people, as the blacks or the black inhabitants, as an adjective noun. We have grammar that can back it up. All right, this three continue. This is what I mean. Now, if somebody say, "Oh, well, they used the newt symbol," the determinatives, I told you, the determinatives act funny. Y'all think I'm joking? They act like a funny acting person. They act funny because they can switch up, they can interchange, they can be missing, they can do all type of things in the Egyptian grammar. Ask any grammar teacher. All right. Within ancient meta-Neter, the determinative or classifier of the newt glyph village community interchanges with the man and woman glyph. In both instances of the variations of Nitu, the meaning stays the same as natives, townsmen, referring to people. Despite having interchangeable classifiers, these same interchangeable classifiers are seen in the adjective nouns Kimu, black inhabitants, in different periods. So at the bottom, you have Kimtu, black inhabitants, native, Kahun, Papyri, middle meta-Neter. You have Kimu, black inhabitants, native, pyramid text, old meta-Neter. TLA translates as Egyptians, inhabitants of Egypt. All right. Even though it has the place, it still could be translated because what? The determinative here as this word. Let's look at another word to check to see if we're assuming, to see if we can look into other terms to further, provide evidence. You have native townsmen, which is the people, and we can rightfully translate this as native townsmen. And we have native townsmen here, new T, again, with the determinative, with the plural, and they both are translated as native townsmen, as this is translated as Egyptians or inhabitants of Egypt. We use the strictest grammatical rule as black inhabitants. So for our claim is that by grammar rules that this is an adjective noun. So these are the sources. Budge page 350b, and he sourced this. He sourced numerous sources for this term. All right. So now we know that the determinative nut can interchange with this and still have the definition of people. Next. All right. Bam. All right. This text is very important. That's why Job told us to go to it. Actually, I provide a philological approach, which I give. I compare the two texts and I apply strict grammar rules. When we apply strict grammar rules, things are different. It says, according to TLA, the old Egyptian adjective noun term Kimu, which I just explained, is referenced to be WB5 127 1820 as Kimtu, Egyptians, inhabitants of Egypt. So here's the other term in which the TLA database translate or considered as a variation of Kimmel using the nucleus. So this is a variation of that here. And it means, and it says, the water-bruce equivalent can be observed in the Calhoun papyrus, hieratic, in contrast with the red regions. We see this contrast. Matter of fact, I have the actual inscription where the Kemet U has a red mountain area. They painted it red, or pinkish red, the color of the flamingo. And then they painted the area by water with thick, real thick strips of the edge of the line. I have evidence of the actual contrast that in Egyptian conception with material evidence. I will share it in a later discussion. So by simple color contrast found in Egyptian inscriptions, right? We know that this is simply a contrast of the regions. This is simply a contrast of the people. 2, grammar rules, all adjectives can be nouns. So we use 2 things: color contrast, black versus red in the actual art and artifacts of Neter Neb, and 2, grammar rules, all adjectives can be nouns. So he came after assuming dominion over the inhabitants, Egypt, and taking possession of the desert, literally after having given the desert beside him. Now, this is the TLA translation. They translate it as after assuming dominion over the inhabitants. They say it's people. Asar saying it's not people because of context, but the TLA, German, even white people disagree with you. I disagree with you. It says that he came after assuming dominion over the inhabitants of Egypt. People. Inhabitants, they had parentheses, the inhabitants. Then they put Egypt. And taking possession of the desert, literally after having given the desert beside him. Now, he came ruling the black inhabitants, natives, and possessing the red desert regions in his company. You feel me? So I give a strict grammatical reading of the Neter Neb, this Neter Neb phrase here. I put, he came ruling, ruling the black inhabitants, natives, and possessing the red desert regions in his company. So my issue, my evidence to support my claim is simply Neter Neb artifacts and art of the Kemet U actually painting the areas red and black, and 2, grammar rules that all adjectives can be nouns. Like, that's it. All right. This is not even a linguistic text. So, all right. I show an arrow going up. Don't look at this from up, because we're showing like a energy field, like a matrix, whereas those, we're comparing these forms within Egyptian to see if our model is absolutely correct, right? So let's apply strict grammar rules, okay? Grammar rules indicate that all adjectives can be nouns except Neb. So let's minus Neb. We know black can be a noun, correct, y'all? Didn't we see it in the grammar book? Didn't Dr. Job state that it follows the functioning as a collective noun? Didn't James P. Allen grammar book say that all Egyptian adjectives is nouns, right? Grammar rules indicate that all adjectives can be nouns in Neter Neb, and James P. Allen states, as James P. Allen states, right? We're going to compare Kim Black adjective with other adjectives functioning as nouns in its most strictest sense. James P. Allen section 6.4, adjective as nouns is my source, all right? So at the bottom, we have beautiful good, Nefer. This from James P. Allen. This is not mine. I ain't make it up. I source James P. Allen. Good ones. James P. Allen states that all adjectives is nouns. Then he gave an example of Nefer. Then he terminated Nefer as good ones. Neferu. So this Nefer adjective can function as an adjective noun for good ones. And then we have it as an adjective noun for good land, Nefert. Whatever how you want to place it, this is an example of an adjective noun. But can we find this in other inscriptions? Yes, we can. All right. When we go up, we find Desher, red. The oldest I've seen is in primitive text. And red ones, Desher, Book of the Dead, Theban Recension, sourced by Budge. So Budge translates this as the red ones, the plural, the color determinative, and the Desher, the phonetic spelling. So we have Desher. This, we know that this is an adjective. All Egyptian adjectives can be nouns. So this terminates as an adjective for people, a noun, and then it can terminate as an adjective for a place, red desert region, which can be backed up by actual Medu Neter inscriptions in art and historical linguistics, which we're going to go through next. Now, we go up. Kim, pyramid text. Old. He said we ignore the old, so I'm using all old Egyptian. Pyramid text, blacks, black folk, black irrigated soil. So let's look at this. Let's go up. Beautiful, Desha, black, adjective. Nefer can function as the adjective, if the adjective Nefer can function as a noun for people, so can Desha, because all adjective in Egyptian can be nouns. So that's for the adjective can function as red ones, describing, I don't know what, but it says an adjective noun, red one. So whatever type of cosmology they had, or whether they relating the people to the land or the land to the people is need further investigation. This is why we advancing Job's work. Then it goes up again. Kim, we see, to black folk, blacks, as an adjective noun. So this is not backed by assumptions, y'all. This is backed by accurate grammatical rules and functioning. Now let's go here. We see that this term can be in an adjective modifier form in the Ebers papyrus using the same determinative as Amat Kemet, using this determinative as black mud or black soil, sourcing Dr. Obadeli Camborne. All right. So this say black irrigated soil, Kemet, Stele of Mentuhotep. They compare the farmland regions or the cultivated areas, the areas, you know, near the bodies of river, near in the dry regions, which is the red and the color qualification, classification, color soil qualifications. See, when you understand land and toponyms, we understand that in African systems, they apply color to soil, and they call that soil classification using colors. This is known throughout the world, all right? So we have Nefer, good land. If Nefer can function as good land, it's an adjective, then Desha can function as red desert region by strict grammatical rules. If Nefer can do it, then black can do it, because black is also an adjective. And all adjective can what? Be nouns in Egyptian and function as nouns. So we have proven that point quite clearly. Here, historical linguistics. Now this is about to go down. All right. Let me make this a little bigger. Diop showed meta-Neter and Coptic sound correspondences, B, D, G, P, T, K, Q, showing evidence of an phonological genetic relationship by giving 3 examples each set with the African language of Douala. We see with the comparative linguistic method sound correspondences showing the regularity that Coptic is genetically related to meta-Neter. So I'm only showing y'all this because we are not functioning off of assumptions. We are functioning off of proper historical linguistic methods. As you see here in Dr. Job's work, he showed that the P is reflected and corresponds with the Coptic P, which corresponds with the Douala P. He shows that the meta-Neter T corresponds with the Coptic T and corresponds with Douala T. And this is all C1 initial consonants corresponding. The Vela K corresponding with the Coptic Vela K corresponding to the voice G in Douala, and Q corresponding with the Coptic K corresponding with the Coptic G. Now, I know y'all seen a mix up from the methodology, but we're going to see that Dr. Job, like I did, showed 2 types of correspondences for one sound. So as you see here, Coptic is phonologically genetically related with evidence that Dr. Jope did with Douala, because in linguistics, we must compare two or more language to determine a genetic relationship. We can't just do it with one. We got to use two or more so we can reconstruct. Now, this is the minimum, the minimum that I'm using here for. All right. So we know that Coptic is a genetically related language by sound correspondences seen in abstract genetic relationship between Pharaonic Egyptian and the modern Negro African languages by Dr. Jope. Up top here. Oh boy, let's see. Okay. Okay, up top here, Coptic, C1, consonant 1, K equals K. K equals that sound that is kind of hard for me to I think this is the Bohardic sound. Yes, this is seen in Bohardic, which you have K and X. But if we do an internal reconstruction, we see clearly that it's more majority rules and reconstruction methods, so we can apply this as a K, a Vela K. But here is Dr. Jope's work on the side here, all right? And you see here that he reconstructed. He have the P, T, he reconstructed the consonants, the initial consonants of P, T, K, and this sound. And this sound that I do not know offhand, but you can check the IPA for this sound. So the hieroglyphic P, T, K, Q, as I shared, the Coptic P, T, K, G, and K, G, and then you have the Douala P, T, G, and all corresponding. This shows that Coptic is genetically related, correct? And this over here where my arrow is at, I'm gonna make it a little bigger. This research is Egyptian correspondences by Dr. Dr. Jope, and he showed no less than 3. So this is example 1. I know it's a little blurry. I'm sorry, but example 1, and he used hieroglyph, Coptic, and Douala. He used example 2, hieroglyph, Coptic, and Douala, and he used example 3. So he used no less than 3 in his work, so we will use no less than 3. All right. Here is a demonstration of my point, right? Can we confirm, all right, let's say we is assuming, even though we're not, even though Dr. Jope explained, quite logically, the grammatical rule of the adjective noun, Kemet, for Black people. Now, if we are just making this up, we would have to apply the linguistic genetic method, or the comparative linguistic method, historical method, and see if we can find cognates that can either confirm or not. Does it confirm? Yes, it does. Now we look at Neter Neb, Kim, Black, Demotic, Kim, Black, Coptic, Sahidic, Chime, Black as an adjective, Coptic, Bohardic, Chim, Chimmy, Black, and Coptic, Fayumic, Kim, Black, and then we go in the second correspondence. See, we use no less than 3. That's why I say Coptic C1 correspondence. I say Coptic C1 here, K, 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 right? Boom. All Ks, all Ks. So these are 3 correspondences as Dr. Jope showed 3. Now, we saw the adjective, regular adjective, Black, being reflected in correspondent all through Coptic Sahidic. We see the adjective verb form, Kimon, be Black. Demotic, Kim, be Black. Coptic Sahidic, Kimon, be Black. Coptic Bohardic, Chimon, be Black. Coptic Fayunic, Kimam, be Black. Then we see in this carbon cognate, he talking about some daggone cognates. This is a cognate. This is how you evaluate the Kim glyph or the Kim, the adjective. You don't, like Asar Imhotep, he did good sound law. I'm not disputing that. But where's your adjectives? You didn't even compare adjectives in your slide in a 4-hour presentation. Know what adjectives you compared. You compared all homonyms. Everybody in their mother know especially in linguistics, that all languages have homonyms. You have more words than actual. You have a lot of words that a human being goes through in a language. Man, you have so many words. So we have to, as untrained in linguistics, that languages to lack up for all those words, they will make a word look the same. They will use the same spelling of a word, and they will have a total different definition for lack of space. There's so many words. You get what I mean? So that's what I'm saying, is that they're called homonyms. Homonyms, words that spelled alike with different meanings. So hominy, whatever. You look up hominy, I'm not trying to go, but let's stick to the point. These are correspondences as we see. Anybody debate me now after this to see if this is not a correspondence. So this is correspondence. This is a proper way of doing correspondence. We're looking into the Egyptian languages first, from Neter Neb to Demotic to the Coptic first, before we look into any Sumerian, remote languages, all that far. We know that Sumerian, how are we going to look at Sumerian when, even though they show correspondences, right? They might show correspondences, yeah, but what about the reconstruction of, or the directionality of, not only the directionality of sound and directionality of meaning, meaning meanings change just like sound as due time. So it might have stemmed as Irritable land from Black land, or however, to the modern living stem. So meanings change. So we must see the correspondences with what they are and look at them as the adjectives. Strictly look at the adjectives. That's all you got to do. It's an easy method. Now we go here, Neter, Kimmel. So we gonna put a question mark, because let's put a question mark and let's let historical linguistics prove our point. All right, Neter, question mark. Black people, Black nation, Black people, a nation. All right, that's my definition. Am I correct? Now when we go to Demotic, University of Chicago, they have Kim for dark-skinned persons, describing dark-skinned people as Kim. So do time change? It went from Black people, it seems, to describing dark-skinned people. Coptic Sahidic, Kimi, Black person. Coptic Bohardic, Chimmy, Black person. Coptic Foyumic, Kim, Black person. This is found in Crumb. Did y'all look over this? Why haven't y'all seen it? Or y'all just ignored it? Either y'all looked over it or just simply ignored it. We find in genetically related languages the term Kimi, Black person, in all four of them in ancient Egyptian. All four of them. We can even do an internal reconstruction. We can even, we can do an internal reconstruction. We can do internal. I use 3 dialects of Coptic, and I use Demotic. And all of the terms as an adjective, verb, and adjective noun can be seen. Let's go to the next slide. Nubian Dongalawi. Now, this is where I'm presenting in the Ghana Linguistic Journal. It's not easy because Dr. Cambone, he's a real linguist, so it's not going to be easy. But he really didn't say nothing about my correspondences in methodology. I know I'm good, but sometimes I write a little effed up, if you know what I mean. I'm one of them persons, I need an editor to edit everything. You get what I mean? I need an editor. But my work, my methodology, he told me is on point. I just gotta get my periods. Look at this. This is what I mean by, I'm gonna show you all error, right? I don't even put a period here. I don't do no space in here. I need a little space. It's certain errors that I do in the grammar, and I know it, and I'm learning from it. But let's focus on the methodology. All right. In Neter Neb and Nubian Dongalawi, we have over 12 correspondences. Actually, we give the Ghana Linguistic Journal, I think, 14 correspondences. That's a lot of correspondences. We give them 14 correspondences, and we give them phonetic identity, and we give them correspondences with numerous different. I think probably the whole sound system of Nubian Dongalawi corresponds to Neter Neb, and that's amazing to me, just to see that. So we have RD, we went over this, and I highlighted in red, the K, consonant 1, initial, corresponds with Nubian Dongolawi R. The meta-Neter M corresponds with Nubian Dongolawi P, which is natural. The T meta-Neter corresponds with Nubian Dongolawi D. The W corresponds with Nubian Dongolawi W. All right. So we know that Nubian Dongolawi is a genetically related language. So let's look in Nubian Dongolawi to see, can we find the term as an adjective, noun, not no other words that don't have nothing to do with Kim. Let's compare adjective, because we know we're dealing with genetically related languages. Let's compare the adjective matrix. I'm calling it the adjective matrix, meaning the adjective verb, the adjective noun, the adjective for place, different types of functions and concepts of adjectives functioning. And ironically, in Nubian Dongolawi, guess what? All of the forms exist. All of them. Again, as in Coptic, all of the forms exist the same as in Coptic, a genetically related language. They exist the same in Nubian Dongolawi. Let's check it out. Boom. Meta-Neter and Nubian Dongolawi sample correspondences, just samples. This is RD, C1, and C2. So I use Ancient Egyptian, R, mouth, Nubian Dongolawi, D, tongue. Of course, Ancient Egyptian had no vowels, but the red showed the correspondences. Ancient Egyptian, Remetz, people, Nubian Dongolawi, Idim, people. We have Epinathesis, which is the added sound of as time goes on, sounds can be added and all that, but we are focusing on consonant. So Adam, RD, we see the consonant. So the RD functions in numerous positions, regular in Ancient Egyptian between Nubian Dongolawi. I show this example of a second consonant, which is here, C2, second consonant of the per, R, is part in run, is walk in run, which is semantic evolution. Dr. Joe and Obenga uses a term called semantic evolution, where terms, as I explained to y'all, can through time change a little bit. You get what I mean? So from Ancient Egyptian, per, walk, it became part or run in Nubian Dongolawi. We see the P&P called phonetic identity, which happens in Nubian Dongolawi numerous times in the RD, which happens. MPC1. So we have Ancient Egyptian, Murray, love, Nubian Dongolawi, Pali, love, Ancient Egyptian, Midu, word, speech, Nubian Dongolawi, Pidu, religious speech, Ancient Egyptian, Mer, tomb pyramid, Nubian Dongolawi, dip, tomb pyramid. We have here Ancient Egyptian, Timmy, cut, Nubian Dongolawi, dim, cut, Ancient Egyptian, ta, land, country, Nubian Dongolawi, da, country, Ancient Egyptian, eat it, land, Nubian Dongolawi, arid, earth. Ancient Egyptian, water, chief, Nubian Dongolawi, Oda, king, Ancient Egyptian, wheat, mummy rat, Nubian Dongolawi, Uridi, mummify, Ancient Egyptian, Awi, two, Nubian Dongolawi, Owi, two. Okay? Correspondence. So that little cute, what you call computational linguistic demonstration actually proves the point here that we're dealing with Nubian Dongolawi was in no less than 3 correspondence per set. I give 5 correspondence, including the correspondence for Kim. And I also show here clearly that this is a phonologically genetically related language we're dealing with. So let's check to see if the adjectives correspond within Nubian Dongolawi and meta-Neter. Logical. All right. This is Southwestern Dinka language. It's another African language that has a phonological genetic relationship with meta-Neter. I have established numerous sound correspondences within a basic vocabulary. I use this SIL African word list recommended by Dr. Cambone for me to use when I submitted my research paper to the Ghana Linguistics Journal. He recommended that I use that show a genetic phonological relationship, eliminating chance similarities and borrowing. So this is how many sound correspondences, well over 6, and I have more with meta-Neter and Southwestern Dinka and the Dinka dialects. Not only I compared Southwestern Dinka, I compared all of the dialects with the meta-Neter. So my new book and work and research for the journal gonna be in Dinka as well. So, but we see KC corresponds, all initial consonant 1, RL corresponds, BP corresponds, MM, WR corresponds regularly. Here go an example of meta-Neter and Southwestern Dinka correspondences. BI, sky, heaven, Southwestern Dinka, P, moon, semantic evolution. Ancient Egyptian, bayit, cutting, hacking. Southwestern Dinka, pierce, cutting, hacking, piercing something. Ancient Egyptian, biat, club. Sudanic, kodul. Southwestern Dinka, piat, mallet, thick stick. This is important term. This is actually found in a basic vocabulary list, SIL African word list. So I chose this to show the Sudanic something that was Sudanic. And Budge, he said this is a Sudanic cudgel club. Sudanic. So I said for Sudanic, let me compare Sudanic languages and a Sudanic language. So I chose Southwestern Dinka and see that this is actually a cognate with Southwestern Dinka piat for mallet, thick stick. So that's kind of an important term. RL, consonant 1, ancient Egyptian rob work, Southwestern Dinka low work, ancient Egyptian rek, light fire, Southwestern Dinka lok fire, ancient Egyptian rek science, Southwestern Dinka leak information. WW, we see the correspondence to put aside to the part, Southwestern Dinka 1, semantic evolution, ancient Egyptian Iwin, color. We have Southwestern Dinka 1, okay, earth pigment, which is a color. Ancient Egyptian winit, rope. We have Southwestern Dinka wind, cord, rope, which is probably a form of elision, which drop the T. M and M, correspondences. M, murder, overseer. Southwestern Dinka mar, govern. Ancient Egyptian mer, servant. Southwestern Dinka milu, worker. Ancient Egyptian meret, mulberry tree. Very important right here. This is also in the SIL African word list, the basic vocabulary. Southwestern Dinka millet, shrub with berries. All right. So we know that the Southwestern Dinka languages are genetic related. We use way more languages than in the demonstration that I'm doing here, as the linguists we're going to see, than Asar Imhotep. I'm showing you step by step that each language I'm using has a strong phonological genetic relationship or a detection of a phonological relationship with Neter Neb. Quick, fast, in a hurry. You know, I'm doing it fast as I can. Neter Neb and Doga Tomoso, the same thing. The RD, KG, TT. Like I said, this is supposed to be only 4, but I just put the T here. So T, like Dr. Jope did, sometimes correspondences ain't always regular. They can correspond with other sounds within the languages due to many different terminations of linguistics, you know. So certain times just correspond. So this is really 4, which is the R, K, T, and S. Here go Neter Neb and Doga Tomoso. Correspondences, initial, which is ancient Egyptian sin, to bow, to pay homage. Doga Tomoso, sini, to pray. Ancient Egyptian Saul, sage, wise man. Doga Tomoso, saw, cleverness. Ancient Egyptian sir, write, engrave. Let me make this bigger. Doga Tomoso, sidu, line, drawn by hand. Ancient Egyptian ridi, to give. Doga Tomoso, diddy, stretch out. Ancient Egyptian rim, people, mankind. Doga Tomoso, needy, man. Ancient Egyptian ra, work. Ancient Egyptian so, da, unbuild, take apart, which is semantic evolution. Ancient Egyptian amat. This is the term that in Doga Tomoso can also mean brown, clay, brown mud, but just stick to strict historical linguistic rules. Amat, which is here, which is let me see. This is metathesis form, which is really a C2 position, and it's T in this sound here in Dogon, which this is the other J is a gemination. So J and this sound can sometimes interchange with each other, but we see that this is some type of gemination of this. That's all that is. And T corresponds in a metathesis form for clay, mud, earth, mud, muddy, ground. Ancient Egyptian, tep, to burn, fire, flame. Doga Tomoso, nam, fire, P and M, T, all interchanges with Dogon Tomoso. Ancient Egyptian, tim, stubborn. Dogon Tomoso, nim, difficult. This is, I like that. Ancient Egyptian, tau, ground. Dogon Tomoso, tau, ground. Ancient Egyptian, tuni, child. Dogon Tomoso, tari, ni, which we see the R here and N here, which are, correspondence. Grandchild. Ancient Egyptian, Timmy, to cut. Dogon Tomoso, tamba, cut with a blade. The reason, the importance I'm showing this is that we are making sure that the languages that I'm showing correspond. Now, here's Nubian Dongalawi after the Coptic, okay? can we find in Nubian Dongolawi a genetic related languages and a cognate for the term Kim? Yes, absolutely. Yes, we can, y'all. Yes, we can. This is in a linguistic journal that is pending to be accepted in the Ghana Linguistic Journal relating Nubian Dongolawi with Neter Neb, and we see the KR simply corresponding elements, and I use 4 here. KR. Can we actually have so many KR correspondences? But I use, of course, 4, more than 3. I said 3, but I'm gonna use 4 here. KR, Kim, Urume. So the M is phonetic identity. So we see C1, KR here, C2, M and M. So we have Rum, Urume. The adjective cognate corresponds. Neter Neb, Kimum, be black. The adjective verb, be black. K, R corresponds. M, N. This can interchange frequently even within Nubian Dongolawi. M and N are natural sound changes that always happen throughout languages. Be black, Uruman, be black. Neter Neb, Kimtu, black people, nation. Can we find it, y'all? Yeah. Nubian Dongolawi, Urumuri, black people. Urumuri, blacks. Uruminto, black person. So they have actually the singular and the adjective singular and a singular noun for black person, and they have the adjective noun in Nubian Dongolawi that is a cognate that corresponds. This is the R. This R re is actually a plural termination, as you see here, Urume for black, and you add the plus the ri and the u, all that. It's like in Kikongo. You go to Kikongo, we'll see a Ba Ndombe. Ba Ndombe means blacks. Source Dr. Cambon. We see the Ba, which is a metathesis form of a plural, which is at the beginning. Okay, so this is really a plural attachment here. You get what I mean? So this term possibly dropped the T, or we can just use the Middle Egyptian. We can use the Old Egyptian, which is Kimu, and it'll be corresponding. But any way you put it, this is a cognate. You get what I mean? So you have black people nation, Iri, plus the plural, Kim, Kimu, or Kimtu, plus the plural. These are sound correspondences, KR and M sound correspondences. Let's check the K and R in the pronouns of Neter Neb. K, you, your, and Neter Neb for you, your, ek, in Nubian Dongolawi, Ar for you, your. So it's kind of like a roll. K is rototized in some words, which turns into R, and this is evidence, clear evidence that the term, the adjective, as Coptic, the adjective, verb, be black, and the adjective noun for black people can be seen in cognate form, correspondence in Nubian Dongolawi, as y'all witnessing here and as the linguists will witness. So this will be changing. So, and also this is submitted in the Ghana Linguistic Journal. Well, it's being peer reviewed. This is the Dinka. I showed y'all Dinka corresponds. Let's check the Dinka. Let's see what's up with Dinka. I mean, I'm not going to go through a bunch of words like Asar Imhotep that have nothing to do with the adjective. So I'm going to just go and see what's up. So we got adjective. Let's make it bigger. Boom. We see Southwestern Dinka. Consonant 1, K equals C. Consonant 2, M and L. Kala. I seen an actual correspondent that I agree with Asar's work too. But in Neter Neb, Kim, black, we see the adjective. We see KC correspond here, and we see the ML correspondence in the second consonant, Ko for black, right? The adjective. We see be black, Neter Neb, Kimim, be black, and we see this is a form of elision, and it drops. It doesn't geminate or reduplicate the M or however, but it says Kul for be black. We know that this is a correspondence. We know that L and M in due time, sounds can be dropped or can be added. Neter Neb, Kimu, and I added the Old Egyptian. Kimu, black people, nation. In Southwestern Dinka, can we verify it? Yes, we can. In sound correspondence again as a cognate, as Kul, male, name, male, female, name that mean black. Again, Again, we are verifying the term exists in Lyric African languages in sound correspondence within proper, precise, strict historical linguistic methods of showing established sound correspondences, and we see that the term Black people exists and is verified. So let's check this another one just for fun. Neter Neb, Kemet, lamentation, weep, and we have Southwestern Dinka, kul, which means shout, call, or evoke. So this sound of KC and MNL, consonant 1, consonant 2 in Southwestern Dinka also contains the adjective verb, and the adjective noun forms of Black color in Southwestern Dinka. Very interesting one right here. This is Dogon Tomoso correspondences. Now, this is interesting. I like Dogon Tomoso. I want y'all to start checking that out. Asar Imhotep, if you can check that language out. I would like to see some of your comparisons and sound laws that you come about with it. But please check out Dogon Tomoso because Dogon Tomoso, I established numerous correspondences with Dogon Tomoso, and we can check the adjective for adjective Egyptian, Kim, Black, Dogon Tomoso, Gim, Black. We see the C1 KG correspondences and the C2 MNM. We see ancient Egyptian, Kimim, be Black, and Dogon Tomoso, Geminyi, be Black. So, of course, this is a assimilation. This is some type of assimilation. More research has to be done, but we see this is similar to Nubian Dongalawi on how the M and N, and sometimes, words assimilate as time goes on, sound changes. But we see a duplication similar to here, and we see this, and we recognize this as a cognate because the initial K and G correspondences to be Black. Ancient Egyptian, Kemet, black stone, mineral. In Dogon Tomoso, Gemili, charcoal. Charcoal also when burnt is black. So this is the black stone mineral, which is semantic evolution. Again, we see ancient Egyptian, Kim, stripe. And we see Dogon Tomoso, Gumulo, cut. We know that even in Dogon Tomoso, we have K and R correspondences. And this is African languages I love because you have Kim, which is some type of reduplication. Then you have Gum, and then this shows a metathesis because K and L or R corresponds also in Dogon Tomoso because D and R corresponds and K and D can interchange with it. I mean, it's a lot of information that I will have to get out there, but we see this as a corresponded by the fact that it has an initial and some sporadic sound changes going on. We have Kadi, shrine, sanctuary, and Guinea are this may have this sound here. It may correspond to N because I found this corresponding to N in R in Nubian Dongalawi. So this may correspond to N, and this order may correspond to this N as Ne, main house. So you have ancient Egyptian, Kadi for shrine, sanctuary, and Guinea Na for main house. Hold on. Wow. All right. So we show correspondences here. I know y'all like, well, you didn't show black person. I don't have to because it's still Dogon Tomoso still retains the term black person, but in another form. It retains it in black as the adjective and black as the adjective verb, and it retains it in not the adjective noun form, but it retains the adjective modifier. I mean, that is amazing. It retains the adjective modifier in corresponding elements. So that shuts down the case when the linguists see that, they're gonna see the strong phonological correspondences that the Dogon Tomoso have with Neter Neb. So we're gonna review that later. All right. So let's add these sounds, then we can try to perform. I do a sample reconstruction, all right, which Asar didn't do. So I do a sample reconstruction of the adjective noun, and the adjective verb. I collect the sounds, which is above, all right? So we have in Neter Neb, adjective, Kim, black. We have in Kimtu, blacks, and we have Kimim, be black. So this is a question mark, of course. But with Kati, we can confirm. We have the KK correspondences in Kimi, Sahidic, black. We have Kimi for black person. That is in Kati. And then we have which is an adjective noun. Then we have the adjective verb. So adjective, adjective noun, adjective verb form, Kimon, be black. These are correspondences. We have Nubian Dongalawi, K and R initially. Initial C1 correspondent. So we have R and K, which we already showed for black, for adjective. In Nubian Dongalawi, the same grammatical rule applies. All adjectives can be nouns in Nubian Dongalawi. Grammatical rules the same. It correspond. So we have Arume, Ri, black people. All right. And R and K correspond, M and M. This is a gemination of the M correspond. You have Aruman, which is Kimum, and Kimum, and Kati, and Aruman. I remember when Asar did that little cute presentation that he stated that it had to go through a series in the sequences of genetically related languages. Is that not what you're seeing here? Or you're ignoring? Because when the linguists see this, we're going to know for sure what is what. You know, a hype man or cheerleader ain't going to help this situation, like I always tell people. You can hype or have a cheerleader, but linguistic evidence going to destroy anything, anytime. All right? So you have initial for Southwestern Dinka, Cole. You have Cole, black, Cole, male, female name that mean black. A adjective noun. So in Dinka, adjectives can be nouns. So they name male and females name that can mean black. They call male and females black in Dinka. Called be black, which is a adjective verb, and looks like elision, which is drops the gemination of the M. But be black can also not have it can have one M also in Neter Neb as well. So you have Gemini, be black, which have the correspondences of the initial one in Dogo Tomaso. But I erased it. I put a black because it don't have the adjective noun or that I know of. So let's check the reconstruction because Asar doesn't give none. So I try to give one. So that's this is for the linguistic professors that's going to check the work. To check my reconstructions. I mean, this is the first, not the first time, but I use the majority rule method. I know it's 3 types. You can use directionality. You can use majority rule in a linguistic reconstruction. But here I just use majority rule just to make it simple. We have K for black, R, C, G. We reconstruct E. These are the vowels I see in Coptic because Neter Neb has none. U, O, E, M, L, M. Collected, we reconstruct what I call Wawat Egypto-Nubian because I call it Wawat Egypto-Nubian because I seen an inscription that Dr. Obadeli Cambone shared in which he showed that the Egyptians themselves stated that their ancestors came from Wawat. When you study Wawat is in the area of Upper Kemet, which is upper Kemet and Lower Nubia mixed in the Egypto-Nubian. And that's what I think that the origins of these people came from, a region that's mixed between the Nubian regions and the Upper Kemet, and they are the same exact type. They are the exact people. That's why they have similar everything. And the languages genetically relate, which is the Nubian Dongalawi. So I call it Wawat Egypto-Nubian. That's what I call it, or Wawat Tasseti, Proto-Wawat Tasseti. And in Proto-Wawat Tasseti, based on inscriptions of the ancient Egyptians stating that they came from that place. So let's reconstruct. You have Kum. Reason why I reconstruct this as Kum, because it's more K's, majority rule, is more K's seen, which you don't always have to do that when you reconstruct. That's why reconstruction is not good to use in your comparisons. These are hypothetical, all hypothetical method of a possible common ancestor. They are not real languages, but just on common grounds of using reconstructing methods, we can say K, boom, 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 K, more K's than we see any other sound. So I'm going to use a K. U, E, U, O, E. I choose U because U seems like the strongest vowel sound. So I choose U, and you have M, 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 L, M. There's more M's than you see an L, so it's more common sense to choose an L to reconstruct. So if somebody want to know how to reconstruct, I have reconstructed methodology papers and things like that to teach you about the majority rule, but majority rule is not used all the time. I do this because of speed and space, so I actually do a reconstruction. We reconstruct the adjective black, kum, black, in Proto, Egypto-Nubian, 2K, K-R-C. We find that K-R-C, E-U-O, E-U-O, M-M-M-L, M-M-M-L. This is a little complex for me here, but let's take this out and use Kimu, found in Old Egyptian. That's what I did. So I used that instead. I made a mistake and used the feminine, the feminine collective noun, but it supposed to have been the Kimu without the T. So we have here, and also I do the plural. The plural. I would do airy, but I didn't. I just put the semi-vowel, so I reconstructed that as kumu. So this goes according to accurate reconstruction methods and comparative linguistics. The linguists who check this out will know what I'm talking about here when you perform my reconstruction.
Hey, Neter Neb, this is Brother Quadro. So, in about 7 more minutes, to be fair, to get the same time.
Okay, I was that long? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it goes by.
All right, Pete, we're going to go fast. Boom. All right, within the grammar book of James P. Allen, numerous other meta-nature grammar books, we know that grammar supports our assertion that all meta-nature adjectives can be nouns, person, places, and things. The meta-nature adjective, nefer, kim, desher, can act as a noun by itself, sometimes with determinatives and sometimes without determinatives, as some nouns operate. With the genetically related languages of Nubian, Dongalawi, Copy, Southwestern Dinkan, and Dogon Tomaso, we can confirm this grammar rule about adjective functioning as nouns in these living African languages. So here you go, black, blacks, black people, black, cultivated land, be black. Orume, black, black people. We find phonetic identity in MNB correspondent for black extension of land in Nubian Dongalawi. So we found black land in Nubian Dongalawi, and we presented that to the paper. You have Oruman, be black, verb, black, black person, black land in Kati, be black. We have Dinka, black male or female, a dark green grass. That was amazing right there. A dark green grass and be black. So let me hurry up. Okay, this is linguistic etymology. I give a linguistic etymology reconstruction. And this is 14 African languages. So we use ancient Egyptian, Kimtu, blacks. We have Kati, Kimu, black person. And these are the consonants. Here we have Demotic, Kim, dark-skinned persons. In Demotic text, Coptic Sahidic, Kimi, black person, Coptic Bohardic, Chimi, black person, Coptic Fayumic, Kim, black person, Nubian Dongalawi, Urume, Iri, black people, R and K, and M, Old Nubian, Udim, dark people, Ethiopians, D and M, Nubian, Kinuzi, Urumi, Iri, blacks, Nubian, Nobin, Urumi, blacks, Southwestern Dinka, Kul, male, female name that mean black, Kikongo, Ba, Ndombe, blacks, Dr. Cambone, Nidi, Imi, which is a assimilation of entity, Akon, Twi, Abibi plus 4, black people, Dr. Cambone, Yoruba, Adulawo, human black in color. So we have in 14 African languages, all of these 5 languages are genetically related to ancient Egyptian. I will challenge anybody or on that, or any linguist on that. And also we have the dialects, which is an internal reconstruction. So I could perform an internal reconstruction, which I do here. So what I do here is look at all of the sounds and I say majority rules. So for Coptic, I put a K. For Nubian Dongalawi, I see the dialects and within these old Nubian languages, and I see R, even though I can use D. You feel me? Because sometimes the stronger sound you can choose, but I use R because majority rule is my principle. So it's more R's found. And so we use R here, C, D. So E, U, O, U, more U's, M, 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 L, L, U's, and we can reconstruct Kum, black, dark colored person, Kumi or Kumu, blacks. Reconstruction, majority rules. Conclusion. We showed that Asar Imhotep's assertion that scholars blindly assume the term Kimu as black is dismantled with grammatical rules explained by Dr. Joke. We showed determinatives operating in both adjective modifiers and adjective nouns in grammar and Egyptian descriptions does not always indicate a determination of color. To just focus on determinants to innate color is a methodological flaw. We evaluated the oldest existing term of Kemet in 3 old Egyptian pyramid texts before the 11th dynasty. We show in genetically related African languages the term Kimu is cognate in 4 different African languages and all adjective frequencies as adjective verbs, adjective nouns of the color black is retained in living African language that verify the Meta-Netta meaning. We perform a linguistic reconstruction phonologically by observing sound laws and reconstructing the term of majority rules as Kumu, black. 6, we, with proper linguistic methodology of established sound laws between the African languages, we can observe a correspondence between the dialects and establish a historical etymology by observing conics. And here it is, historical etymology, blacks, black person, dark skin, male, female name that mean black human, incognate definitions. So this is a etymological, my etymological example of the genetic relating languages I showed today. If you want to, donate to Pr-Ntr Linguistics, always feel free. And this is, before we go, this is another inscription. This is a Ethiopian inscription that talk about, I know a question, it'd be like, oh, why, if everybody in Africa black, why did it describe people as black? Okay, you must ask King Izana that, because when we look into the Izana Stele, the Izana Stele described 2 groups of Nubians called Tessalum Noba, which means translated as black Nubians, and Kusu Noba, red Nubians. It's a philological comparisons. We see the Egyptians painting themselves black in national inscriptions, and then you have black and red for the Nubians. So you have an English translation that's Parada of King Izana Stele in this Ethiopian artifact. In this Ethiopian written in Ethiopian, Sabian, and Greek is also mentioned the territory of the red Nubians. So in that the Sudanic artifact, they don't mention red land. They mention that the land is derived from the people. So they say territory of the red Nubians in this Sudanic inscriptions on these obelisks that you see on the right of the Izana. So I put the adjective noun red ones and black people. So let's look at the Sudanic Izana inscription translation. You have, through the might of the Lord, I took the field against the Noba Nubians when the people of Noba revolted, when they boasted, and he will not cross over the Takazi, said the Nubians, Noba, when they did violence to the peoples of Magurto and Hassa and Baria, and the black Noba waged war on the red Noba, and a second and third time broke their oath. Now, this is inscriptions that show Sudanic inscriptions, Ethiopian inscriptions that mentions a black people, black Noba, and the red Nubians. So this color is nothing new to Africans when using and describing. King Izana is an African. He's also black, and he called another group of people black and another group of people red. So this is the adjective noun morphology. Understanding morphology, you have Meta-Netta, remit Kim, black person, which is seen in the Berlin Papyrus, describing a black person. Then you have Dogon Tomaso, Nidi Gim, black person, in Dogon Tomaso, and Nubian Dongalawi, Adem Arume, which means black person. So, time, I want to be too long. So I guess I'm done. Sure.
Okay, appreciate that. So what we'll do, in interest of time, what I want to do is have one question to each other and have like maybe a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minute response. Brother Asar, are you there? Tell me. Brother, sorry, you with us?
Hello?
Yeah. So
Okay.
What I want to do is have you pose one question to Neter Neb, and then Neter Neb have you give like maybe a real brief response if you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I appreciate the dialogue and the time spent on this question. There's a lot that could be asked, but I'll just ask this one question. Can you point me to an inscription or a dictionary entry where the word Kemet as the nation that is translated as Egypt has either the pair determinative or the N33 grain determinative for colors?
Say it again, brother. Can I point you to what again, brother Asar?
My question, hopefully you can hear me better. My question is, can you find me an inscription and or a dictionary entry that has the word Kemet, meaning nation, with the hieroglyph, the D3 hieroglyph, or the N33 granule glyph? Those are the two glyphs used to denote color. So can you point me to at least one example of that existing?
Reason why I can't point you to that example because all Egyptian, all adjectives are nouns and don't have to have a color determinative. In Old Egyptian, the pyramid text that I showed, we are applying adjective grammatical rules in Neter Neb that all adjectives can be nouns. And from that grammatical rule, when we look at the inscription in the pyramid text, we state Black people because, as I just showed, that determinatives are sometimey. They can be specific, and sometimes they don't show up in Egyptian grammar, and sometimes they does. In Old Egyptian, you will rarely find it. A hair determinative in Old Egyptian, you will rarely find it in Old Egyptian. Period.
Okay.
So basically, it doesn't exist. So
no, what I'm saying is that we are reading it. I mean, how many times I got to tell you, brother? I mean, I'm telling you that we are looking at. Hold up, brother. Let me talk. Let me talk, bro.
An example where it exists. So you just said it doesn't exist.
I said it. Hold up, bro. I said it doesn't. I said I can't find it for you because we are looking at the inscriptions from grammar rules, adjective nouns. It don't have to exist because determinatives, as I showed you, varies. It can sometimes determinatives don't even be there to indicate color, as I showed you, as I showed different adjective modifiers and I showed different adjective nouns that can mean Black. Sometimes determinatives are not there. If you want me to go back to the grammar book where James B. Allen, hold on, let me go back.
So what I want to do, I appreciate the question of Sarah, and I think the brother answered. So I don't want to have like a back and forth kind of thing. So if you satisfied, he at least gave an answer. I think I want to move and now have Brother Neter Neb ask a question. And the same thing. Yeah, the same thing is that, you know, if you ask a question and you give an answer, let that just be the answer and just, you know, not the back and forth, because that's going to turn into, you know, just a lot of back and forth, which I don't want to have. So if you can, if you understand that, Brother Asar. So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the question is on record and the response is on record, and then it is what it is. We'll
yes,
move
sir.
People can go and do their additional research after that. So Neter Neb, if you ask a question, and the same thing, but Brother Asar, you can answer it shortly.
All right, my question to Asar Imhotep is, why didn't you show, why didn't you do comparisons with the languages that you compared? Why didn't you show no adjective? You didn't show no adjective verb. You didn't show adjective nouns. You don't even recognize that there are adjective nouns. So I want to know, do you recognize that there are adjective nouns in ancient Egyptian grammar?
I never denied that, and I want you to be sure. Did you actually pay attention to all the examples that I gave and was able to distinguish between a noun, a verb, and an adjective?
No. What I'm saying to you is this. Don't you know how I did a a comparison with sound correspondent elements with four different languages of the adjective going through 4 different languages, the adjective verb going through 4 different languages, the adjective noun for Black people going through 4 different languages, and the adjective noun for Black land going through 4 different languages. I'm asking you, why didn't you compare just all the adjectives within the comparative languages? And if so, show me.
Okay, your question.
Okay, I answered the question.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't know the difference between a noun, an adjective, and a verb, I can't help you in to understand.
Okay,
brother, can you show me?
Let me do this. Same thing for you, Neter Neb. Same thing back. You asked the question, he answered it. He's satisfied with his own answer. So we're going to move forward from that one. If people want to, afterwards, we hear the question, we hear the answer. People can discern for themselves whether or not it was satisfactory or not. But for the person answering and for the person responding, if they're both satisfied that they gave a proper response, we'll move forward. So at this point, what I want to do, I didn't intend to go this long, but it was well received in terms of the information. I think we have, you both gave your presentations. We appreciate that. So the thing we want to do is, have it as a record and then have it looked at, and people can make the decisions here or there. I think, what we can agree is that there's work being done. There's some agreements between the two of you. There's some disagreements, but that's always the case. So what I want to do here, if you both agree, is kind of give like a real brief 2 or 3 minute summary, kind of summarizing, your claim. Real brief 3-minute summary. Since Asar, you went first in the first beginning, I'll let you, Neter Neb, go ahead and give your summary closing.
Oh, you want? All right, can I share this? So give my summary.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes to give your summary. However you want to do that. Okay.
This is when okay, here. This is my summary. All right. In all of the languages that I compared, unlike Asar Imhotep, I compared the adjective functioning as a noun in Egyptian grammar. I compared the adjective verb in another adjective noun. These are the comparisons of the adjective noun for Black found in 14 African languages. All right, on your right are corresponding elements. These are the languages I use: Coptic, Nubian, Dongolawi, Southwestern Dinka, Ancient Egyptian for this presentation. All right, and Dogon Tomoso. So the adjective noun forms are found in genetically related languages as Black person, dark-skinned person, Black person, Black person, Black person, Black people in Dogon Dongolawi, which is plural, Black dark people, Ethiopians and Old Nubian, Blacks and Nubian Kanuzi, Blacks and Nubian Nobin, Southwestern Dinka, male, female name that mean Black, Blacks in Kikongo, a BB4, Black people, human, Black in color. So my summary is simple. With genetically related languages, I've verified that the term as an adjective noun. An adjective noun in Neter Neb is also an adjective noun of Black people. An adjective noun is also in Nubian Dongolawi as Black people. It's also an adjective noun in Southwestern Dinka as male, female name that mean Black. And it's also an adjective noun in the Coptic as Black person and a Demotic as dark-skinned person.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
Asar, you can stop sharing your screen, brother. In case Asar wants to share his. Asar, any summary from you? Still there?
He said he can't hear nothing.
Really? Can everyone else hear? Okay. So Asar, since we can't, can you speak? Maybe we can hear you. Guys, I'm gonna go out and come back in real quick so we can wrap this up. I appreciate the time you guys spent today. Okay, he's gonna come. I'll come back in. We should be coming back shortly. Give him like a minute or two. Not sure what happened. Okay, here we go. All right, brother. Sorry, you with us?
This is Asar.
Yeah. Okay. So real brief. No problem. Happens. Real brief. Your conclusion summary.
Yeah, nothing elaborate. For 20 years, we've been debating this issue, and when asked the question, can we find in ancient Kemet the word Kemet as a word for the nation with any reference to color, everyone has to submit to the fact that it doesn't exist. And until we find that, this argument is null and void. And so people just do not want to accept the fact that they made an assumption and they ran with a conclusion without trying to verify the facts. The logical fallacy is called begging the question. And this is what was demonstrated today. Again, this is just, even though I took as long as I did, that still doesn't scratch the surface. So I have a 41-page essay on this that will be released in 2019. So then you can see the full argument. You get all the details and you can, read it at your own pace. And so once again, I appreciate the time everyone has invested in us to listen to our arguments, and to you, good brother, for hosting this discussion. And I hope everyone learned something, and we can continue and advance the discourse around ancient Egyptian, around the relationship between ancient Egyptian and African languages and cultures, and more so to find inspiration and avenues to build a more advanced, quote unquote, Kemet in today's day. So I thank you all for your time, your commentary, and I look forward to your feedback.
Okay, appreciate it. I'm going to start the recording. Okay, recording has been stopped. Appreciate everybody's time. I didn't want to open the floor up for a lot of back and forth on the recording, but if everybody's in agreement, if we can all be, brief, I will stay on for another 10 minutes, totally up to you, to give your initial feedback. And I'm not looking for back and forth, just initial feedback. State briefly. I'm not looking for really like a debate after the debate kind of thing. Not interested in that at all. So I will unmute everyone now. And you can also unmute yourself. So real quick, about 10, it's 1:11 now. I'll stay on to like 1:20. If people want to give their initial feedback real quick, we'll go around. You're unmuted. Feel free to speak, anyone.
Yo, like I say, Uncle Justin Neb, excellent, excellent, debate, excellent discourse. I thoroughly enjoyed it, you know what I mean? From the beginning. I definitely, I'm glad that you guys decided to open it up and, for others to observe. And, I'll be going back and reviewing the whole thing. So, this is the way that it should be done, man. So, I appreciate it for sure.
Etymology, Imhotep, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
All right. Peace to the panel. Peace to the brother Neter Neb. Peace to the Asar Imhotep and everyone else on the panel. I enjoyed the discourse today, and I as well. I'm going to go back and watch it again. It was lengthy between the two. Added together is lengthy, so I would definitely encourage everyone who's watching it to also do the same, to watch it again. There's a lot to take away from both presentations, and then have follow-up questions or commentary. But I enjoyed it, and I think that this type of dialogue on other issues should be treated the same way. This is just one, and hopefully this serves as a somewhat as a model for future discourse on other issues, other topics that may be controversial. I call them polarized, and people, the emotionally attached issues that we all may have in the community. But that's my piece so far.
Okay. Anyone else? No one else? Okay. All right. Well, for my part, I'll go ahead and close the session out. I think you stated it correctly, brother, that we need to have these kind of conversations amongst ourselves to work these out. In any family, you have disagreements. So I think the way you go about these is the way we should go about them. And then we go back and do our own evaluation based upon what we heard, what we saw, what we know. And we come to those conclusions based upon the evidence that we deem to be, on point, so to speak. So I will close it out one last time. Anyone else has anything to say?
I'll just say again, thank you to everyone. And,
all right, brother.
And this is why we write, so that the reader can get the full analysis of the thoughts and evidence and things, because time is so short when you have these types of discussions, and a lot can be missed. And so I encourage everyone when the text is released, to check it out and look at the full scope of the argument, in conjunction with other supporting arguments that will be made in the book 2 and other chapters. And again, I look forward to your feedback. And thank you all.
All right, everyone. You guys have a great day.
All right, what's up?
Hotel.
All right, that concludes the both brothers' presentation. This is your brother Wujao Minib Idi Ma'at. I was a fly on the wall for the presentations only to facilitate the broadcasting on brother Asar Imhotep's channel that everyone's watching now. So since that has ended, this one will end as well. But being that people in the chat were requesting, a kind of follow-up discussion, we're going to have a follow-up discussion on the Amara Squad Media channel. So, and we're going to do that momentarily. So just be on standby. We're going to get that going as soon as possible, as soon as we can get it and launch it and set it up. And everyone is welcome, and bring comments, questions, concerns, etc., etc. But anyway, to that, I'll say Shem Imhotep, peace.